Good morning, everyone. I am Nadine Abdulwahab, founder of Eco-Dahab, and I wanted to welcome you to, I guess that's a good time for us to remind everyone, please silence your phones. and if more people can come to the front and join us at the tables, that would be great. Okay. I wanted to welcome everyone to the Green Finance Summit, Bridging the Gap. We're in Cairo at a moment when the stakes couldn't be higher. The global energy crisis and the fracturing of multilateral consensus have fundamentally shifted climate finance. Countries are securing energy supplies, major donors are pulling inward, the institutions designed to coordinate global climate actions are struggling. And the Arab region is feeling this most acutely. According to the World Meteorological Organization, our region is warming at twice the global average. And according to the World Bank and climate policy initiatives, we are the smallest recipients of climate finance worldwide. We're experiencing volatile energy markets and geopolitical pressures, and we're watching multilateral commitments weaken in real time. So the question for us today is not abstract. It's urgent. If global systems are failing, what will actually work? But before we go further, I wanted to name something that generally gets under my skin, yet I was the one who actually chose the name, so it's my fault. Green. And I want to bring this into this context because it's important for us to understand this for the framing. Egypt is not green, nor is it akhdar. Localization is not translation. It must begin with understanding the real local context. The word green is not a universal descriptor of environmentally friendly. It is culturally and ecologically referenced reference point to nation. It must begin with understanding the real local context. And ecologically referenced reference. No, that's obviously online. That was an entry point from Zoom. Okay. Reference. No, that's obviously online. That was Hello? Yes, I'm checking that it's not echoing back. Yes, I know. So let's go back. Green is a cultural and ecological reference point native to temperate northern climates, as are green policies. When international climate frameworks default to green, they are neither speaking the environmental language of Egypt nor talking about its needs. Green is short for mitigation-centered climate action focused on decreasing emissions. A green economy imports a framework and priorities into Egypt, asking Egypt to translate itself rather than the other way around. Egypt's climate reality is gold, blue, brown. Climate governance must start from that reality. Gold for desert landscapes and arid systems, blue for our marine ecosystems, Nile, Mediterranean, and the Nile, Egypt's lifeblood, and brown for our arid agriculture, the lived experiences and reality of Upper Egypt and the Delta. We are under acute climate stress that a green transition frameworks are not designed to address. So when we say green finance today, we need to hold that word lightly, because the question isn't only whether finance is reaching us, it's whether the frameworks itself suits our context. Today's program includes the launch of new research on climate philanthropy by AFF, conversations about private finance and public finance, and a video series by FES and AUC, Global Affairs and Public Policy Extended Education Program, that demystifies how climate finance actually works. But underneath all of that, we're asking the same core questions. Given everything we're facing, the energy crisis, the breakdown of multilateralism, the gaps in finance, and frameworks that aren't designed for our reality, what's actually possible? This room has researchers, funders, policymakers, business leaders, and civil society. You all have different stakes and different expertise. So rather than listen to speeches, we want to hear from you. Where are you seeing solutions? Where are systems failing? And where do we disagree fundamentally? And where do we actually agree? Now I will pass it over to Walid to give us an introduction from AFF.
Thank you, Nadine. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Green Finance Summit. My name is Walid Nagy, and I am the Deputy Director of the Arab Foundations Forum. Unfortunately, our CEO, Naila Farouqi, could not be with us here today, so she had prepared a few remarks that I would like to share with you on her behalf. Dear colleagues, partners, and friends, while I am sad that I could not be here in person this morning, I am confident the summit will be a major success. And I am glad to have our team on the ground for what it is, for us at AFF, a significant occasion. I want to begin by thanking our co-organizers in convening the summit, Eco-Dahab, AUC GAPP Executive Education, FES, and EU Jeel Connect, bringing this group together around one table on one day is itself a small statement about the kind of conversations we are trying to have, one that holds research, policy, finance, and philanthropy in the same frame rather than their usual separate corners. We are also very grateful to the American University in Cairo for hosting us at the Oriental Hall today. Okay. This summit is taking place at a moment when the conversation about climate, philanthropy, and the Arab region is shifting. For a long time, the region appeared in global climate discussions almost exclusively through the language of vulnerability, rising temperatures, water stress, displacement. Those realities are not in question, but they are not the whole story. The Arab region is also home to a long tradition of giving, a growing community of foundations, and decades of locally rooted institutions that have been quietly shaping how communities adapt and respond. That part of the story has been harder to see, partly because it has not been adequately documented, and partly because the frameworks used to track climate philanthropy globally were not built with this region in mind. Surfacing that part of the story is, in many ways, what AFF has been doing for the last 20 years. As we prepare to mark our 20th anniversary later this year in Jordan, I find myself reminded of how much this space has developed in that time. From a small group of foundations looking for one another to a regional community that increasingly sets the terms of its own conversations on giving, justice, and now climate. Today's summit and the launch that we are about to share with you sit firmly within that 20 years arc. That is the gap we have been working on to begin closing. Today, we are launching the MENA Climate Philanthropy Ecosystem Pre-Mapping Report, developed by AFF in partnership with Wings. We are calling it a pre-mapping intentionally. It is a starting point, not a final account. It brings together what is currently visible about who is funding climate-related work in the region, in which countries, and across which themes. It does not claim to be exhaustive, and that is in itself is part of the point. The exercise has surfaced as much about what is missing from the data as about what is in the data. And that is information our community needs. What this work tells us in its first form is that there is more actively than the global figures suggest, and that much of it's moving through channels the dominant reporting frameworks do not capture. Faith-based and traditional giving instruments, family-led foundations, locally rooted intermediaries, and forms of solidarity that rarely register in English language databases. It also tells us that when our region appears in global climate philanthropy conversation, it still tends to feature as a site of vulnerability rather than a source of funding, knowledge, or strategy. We believe that needs to change. We also believe it is already changing slowly. This is the work that the Arab Philanthropic Commitment to Climate Change, what we call the APCCC, is built to anchor. A regional commitment grounded in regional realities that connects our members to one another and to the wider global movement of philanthropy stepping up on climate. The pre-mapping that you will hear about today is one of the foundations on which that commitment is being built. I'm going to share with you all the details about the climate commitment in my presentation. Just a few final words of thanks to the foundations and individuals who shared data, time, and honest reflection during the mapping process, including those whose contributions remain off the page, but very much in the analysis. To our colleagues at Wings, whose collaboration on this work has been generous and rigorous from the start. To our co-organizers who have shaped today's programs alongside us. And to all of you in the room, many of whom have been part of building that field long before climate philanthropy was a category anyone was tracking. 20 years in, this community remains the reason any of this work is possible and the reason we look forward to what the next 20 will look like. Let me close with this. The point of today and of the work we are launching is not to produce another report. It is to begin a different kind of conversation, one in which the Arab region is not asked to fit itself into someone else's frame of climate action, but is treated as a partner, a contributor, and increasingly a voice shaping what comes next. Thank you, and I wish you a rich discussion and conversation ahead during the day. Thank you, Nadine.
Thank you, Walid. And I hope Naila's watching. Thank you so much for your kind words. And I was lucky enough to participate in the work. And honestly, working with AFF, Naila and Walid and the author of this report, the co-authors of this report was amazing. I'm very excited about the next session, but we're going to hear a few words from the other partners. We'll start with Nuran.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for taking some of your time in coming here today. So I think it all started when it was a question about what does climate finance mean for a global south and a country in a war zone. What does that mean? What does that like? Because it was never an issue of money. The money is available. It's an issue of how it's spent and where it's spent, the criteria of spending it. So in our work, we're trying to focus on finance as a lived reality, how to connect climate action with social security, and how to create inclusive people-centered policy spaces like the one we're creating today with the circle. We're trying to make sure that finance reaches the people in need. And I know this is a very huge claim for a person, an entity, or a couple of entities to say that they can do. Yet, gathering and talking is the action that we're trying to make sure that we can reach that. We're trying to also, like, my intention from this session is to know how to work around and deconstruct the debt-based mechanisms, because this is what we're struggling on a personal level, on an institutional level, and on country levels. Finally, it's like, what does climate finance actually means to us if we need to work around the development, if we need to like deconstruct the debt. So I think that's all. And thanks for the whole organizing team. Looking for a very productive day forward. Thank you, Nadine.
I want to reflect on one thing. I think the debt is a core discussion point in this discussion today, and one of the things that we're hoping to extract. I'm talking to give Ahmed a minute to catch his breath for joining us, and we're very lucky to have EU Jeel Connect with some amazing young future advocates or current advocates involved. Ahmed Yassin also joined us for today's session and is a key partner in the movement and in understanding how climate finance impacts us. Ahmed Yassin?
Thank you very much, Nadine. Sorry for being late, a little bit like not the traffic, but it seems to be a chaotic day. But anyway, for me, I'm trying my best to be. Thank you very much. Good morning. How are you? Hi. I'm Ahmed Yassin, the EU Connect country coordinator for Egypt, and EU Connect is a network of young people working extensively on empowering the cooperation between the European Union and Egypt, but in a different way with our perspective, maybe more than just the cooperation, but we're looking also for the commonalities and how we can empower the values and support the values of the young people in Egypt, especially that they have lots of initiatives, and this is how we work. Most of the time, our initiatives are local level, but it's always have a little bit of an EU component, but mostly it has to support and to include the Egyptian context. So our initiatives, maybe this quarter was really brilliant related to the climate. So we had yesterday the AI and water, food and nexus and energy, and it was a really brilliant initiative about how we can speak of the young people on and how they understand the problems and ethics related to the AI, which is a very, very important tool. Yet sometimes it's taken over, but we don't want it to take over not the jobs. I mean, because this is a ridiculous comment. AI it's not going to take jobs, but it's going to be controlled in a way that we need people to make it as a tool to reach our goals. And for the other initiatives related, of course, to education, culture, heritage, and other related topics of the European Union. So for the climate, it's a priority, especially for the network of Egypt. And this is also the mandate of the delegation in Egypt. With Her Excellency the Ambassador Angelina Echos, and she's very keen about the climate because it's also part of the EU-Egypt summit that happened last year, 2025, and it was very, very important because it has a massive component related to the climate finance, which is very, very controversial topic, and how we can work on that. So the EU Connect is gonna. This is why I'm very happy and I'm very delighted to be part of this initiative, which is a very good and brilliant initiative. Thanks to Nadine Nouran, also the brilliant colleague that she's always part of the conversation, and other great colleagues there. With a very important also discussion that we need to bring also on the table, that we need the perspective of the future generations and how they think about this topic and how to be introduced, because the narrative or the definition of the green finance, or even how we can support the climate, is not very well introduced, especially among the young people. Most of them, they go even to the conferences and they get like very, very confused about how they can be part of the conversation and the negotiations about that. And I've been receiving many comments about that, and we've been working on this before. So trying my best is to get this for the as a concept that we have to work on. So finally, not to be long, the European Union EU Connect is under the auspices of the DG MENA and Director General of the Middle East and North Africa and Gulf, which is a new directorate started in 2025, under the auspices of the Mediterranean Commissioner of the European Union, Dubravka Šuica. And this kind of what we're looking for with the networks is more focused on the Mediterranean issues, and this is under the auspices of a program called European Union Mediterranean Bridge, which is considering the Mediterranean as a very vital part of the conversation, very hot spot for climate. Sorry for being long. Thank you very much, and have a brilliant summit.
Thank you, Ahmed. And finally, to our host, the American University of Cairo Global Affairs and Public Policy Executive Education Program hosted not only today's session, but a series of trainings that led to our capacitating ourselves on this. And I would like to ask Dr. Noha if, yes. To say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. I'm absolutely grateful for everyone who's been part of this collaborative. It's not just collaborative work, it's a collaborative aspiration. Our aspiration is to leave an impact, leave something behind that's bigger than our own words and our own immediate results of any one particular effort. And that is what I want to share with you as an aspirational goal where each and every one of you should be part of. Let me first start by saying AUC is an institution committed to environmental sustainability across all of its schools, from engineering to business, to my own school, Global Affairs and Public Policy, and our School of Humanities and Social Sciences. We all, in our different ways and approaches and disciplines, work to contribute meaningfully to a dialogue about sustainability. And we sometimes do it together, not separately. So it comes natural for us to welcome any collaborative work on the matter. But as Nadine said early this this session, there is an element of urgency here that is enormously important. The world is seeing incredible inequality. The world is seeing high concentration of wealth and power. And the world is seeing incredible uncertainty and volatility. And in all of this, the urgency of understanding financial mechanisms behind all of the above, whether it's inequality, injustice, degradation of our planet. We have no other to go to, so we better worry and hurry to do something to save that planet. Behind all of these critical issues is an issue of finance, is an issue of who is putting their money where their mouth is. So we translated the urgency as a collaborative number of entities around this table. We translated this urgency in a focus on the finance mechanisms behind climate change efforts towards sustainability. And then the question for us became a question of who knows what about financial mechanisms, who has something to say, and how do we enhance and augment the access to this technical information. Why is that an important issue that brought us all together? Number one, because we actually have something to say. AFF produced that preliminary report that we hope will kick off more exercises in landscaping and mapping financial actors behind climate sustainability. The Egyptian NGO sector that worries and works so beautifully on sustainability issues, represented here by Nadine Wahab and Eco-Dahab and the entire Egyptian network of sustainability, represented by Ahmed Yassin, and the incredibly important idea of linking in dialogue Egyptian future generational aspiration with the EU, an important partner for us in sustainability, not only because of the geographic proximity, but also because of the intertwined mechanisms of trade and finance between the Mediterranean neighbors in the south and the European neighbors in the north. And finally, our own executive education program, led by our senior director, Dr. Mohamed Menza. All of these partners in different ways have pieces of information and methodologies of education. And we looked at that and we said, they have to come together. Come together to do what? And here is what I want to leave with you. Come together as entities with knowledge, field experience, and educational tools to break down the asymmetry of information. We want as many actors as possible to have as much access to information as possible on how is the effort for climate sustainability being financed and what can we do about it. We want to tackle the asymmetry of information. Number two, we want to build upon the knowledge available in this partnership to create educational tools that help others improve, hopefully, their skills of managing within that ecosystem of finance for climate change. Help others build the skills to manage within that ecosystem of financial climate sustainability. And finally, I think the urgency means that we need not only to feel sometimes down, and let's face it, all of us wake up sometimes feeling down. The world has very, very many bad forces in place working. But to move beyond those moments of disillusionment, to share and engage. And don't shy away from engaging with partners. You will agree on certain things and you will disagree on other things. Let's engage and think about the educational perspective, which says, I have knowledge, field knowledge, I want to change that into educational packages that help others have the necessary information and skills to manage this very difficult terrain that sometimes has ethically questionable principles. But we want to make access to information, to knowledge, and the training a way of making everyone more capable of navigating this terrain. It gives opportunities, it has its challenges, but at the end of the day, it's the one planet we have and no other. And we need to learn how to manage the landscapes of financing for sustainability of that planet. Thank you all for being with us. I'm incredibly grateful for this partnership. I hope it continues to work together, to work on ethical considerations of finance, breaking down the asymmetrical information about finance, and making some impact on the ground, be it to the farmers of Egypt, the industrialists of Egypt, or everyone thinking from an intellectual level on the future of this planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we are going to jump directly into our first session. So we're starting with the Climate Philanthropy Pre-Mapping Report. It is a new research on who's funding what within the context of climate action in the Arab region and where the gaps lie. Over the next 2 hours, we're first going to hear the findings, and then we're going to do something a little different. We're going to use interactive activities to help us grapple with what these findings findings mean. We're going to start with Walid. And here are the findings for the Climate Philanthropy Pre-Mapping Report. Move the mic a little closer.
Now it's working. I see. I will give the floor to my colleague Joyce Rafla, who will let us know how the coming 2 hours are going to be running exactly.
Perfect.
Joyce.
Hi, everyone. So for the next 2 hours, we created very interactive exercises. We know that some of these events can turn into listening and passive listening, but we want to let you know that we're going to be launching the report and we want your input. So all of the activities are going to be very interactive. We have 3 different activities under the acronym MAP: make sense, analyze, and prioritize. So the first 2 activities are going to be group activities, and then the last activity is going to be an individual one. We're going to be moving around the room, so this is your morning exercise. For the first activity, I'm going to be counting people off, so know your number when I count you off, because we're going to be divided into 4 groups, and we're going to do a group activity together for the first exercise, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. Then 1.
Once you find your place, you can use some chairs from here if you want to like sit together. Yeah, but we are going to do a presentation first before our first activity. Please find your seats so we can start the presentation.
Okay, let us start. So over the coming few minutes, I'm just going to share with you the preliminary findings of our Middle East and North Africa Climate Philanthropy Ecosystem Pre-Mapping. As per Naila's words, this is just a pre-mapping. It's not an exhaustive exercise, but mainly it gives us some recommendations and directions, and it tells us who is funding what, where, how much, who are they partnering with. Before I start the major findings, I just want to let you know that two of the co-authors of this report are here with us in the room, Heba Abu Shnif and Nadine Wahab. So if you have any major questions about the report, I'm sure they will be able to give you better answers than me. Thank you for helping us put this report together, Nadine and Heba. And as my colleague Joyce has mentioned, this is going to be a very interactive coming couple of hours. We chose this format not to have the normal panel discussions where we sit and discuss the outputs of the reports, but rather give you the chance to give us recommendations on how to move forward in the future as an organization, the Arab Foundations Forum, in terms of deepening the research on climate from that end, and also get some commitments from foundations in the region. Just a very little quick intro about the Arab Foundations Forum for the ones who don't know about our organization. Arab Foundations Forum, we refer to it as AFF, is a membership-based association of philanthropic organizations, donors, funders, and other actors in the philanthropy sector based or working in the Arab region. Our main objective is to support an effective and efficient strategic philanthropic sector in the Arab region that engages in all aspects of society towards growing social responsibility and investment while advancing public goods. One major area of focus of AFF is the role of philanthropy in fighting climate change and its effects in the Arab region. In Naila's opening remarks, we spoke a bit about what we refer to as the Arab Philanthropy Commitment on Climate Change, APCCC. So let me take you very quickly through our climate journey as an organization over the last couple of years. It's been actually longer than 2 years, but just to summarize. At the end of 2023, we have collaborated with a dozen of AFF members who had an interest in the climate issue, and hence we have formed a working group that worked throughout 2024 to develop the Arab Philanthropy Commitment on Climate Change. What is the APCCC? It is a framework that organizations sign up to so they can start their climate journey. And it is designed for the ones who are not just focusing on climate, but working on any sector in philanthropy. We have successfully launched the commitment in COP29 in Baku. And then throughout last year, 2025, the group continued its work to develop the implementation guide for the commitment, which is a non-prescriptive guide that supports organizations in starting to implement the commitment. We have launched the guide beginning of this year. And of course, one other major areas of focus of AFF is research, and hence the development of this report. Why is this report important? Why this whole thing matters to us? The region is facing so many issues, including extreme heat, floods, droughts, food and water insecurity, amongst others. In the meantime, the region is underfunded and is not ready, which makes the region one of the most vulnerable to climate change globally. Based on that, the core problem that we are facing is limited, flexible, and long-term funding with a heavy reliance on loan-based international finance with a focus only on mitigation. At the same time, there is a very weak coordination in work, lack of data, top-down approach, especially from grant makers, that are not necessarily meeting the needs of the local communities. This results in a diluted impact despite major growing efforts in the region. So why is philanthropy important in that case? Philanthropy is close to the realities of the local communities, and at the same time, it can fund adaptation and resilience, support small grassroots organizations, and can influence policymakers. Over the last decade, climate philanthropy funding has tripled, but it is still at its nascent stages in the Arab region and slowly growing. We are on the right track, but there is a sense of urgency and we need to move a bit faster. In this research, 45 organizations were mapped and collected data from 19 different stakeholders. The research focused on Egypt and Morocco, North Africa, Jordan and Lebanon, Levant area, Saudi and the UAE for the Gulf countries. And the key questions focused on areas of funding, the gaps that need to be filled, and the ways how we can improve collaboration between the different organizations in the region. Let me share with you some key findings from the report. There is a big gap in equality in the climate funding, where funding tends to follow established networks and not necessarily the needs of our region. In the region, we find so many actors that do everything based on the fact that there is a gap in the ecosystem itself. We also see that there is a strong shift towards bottom-up climate action with a focus on supporting communities, research, and advocacy. There is definitely a mismatch between needs and investments, where the top funded areas are biodiversity and ecosystems, water and air pollution, agriculture, and the underfunded areas are the early warning systems, the climate tech, and forecasting. This means that the region's needs are being funded. And now let us just go quickly through the different gaps that we are facing. There is a funding gap where there is lack in long-term flexible funding and limited trust-based giving. There is a weak infrastructure of scaling challenges. Local data and research are limited, and there is fragmented regulatory environment. But we also have to look at the positive side. On the positive side, and looking at opportunities where philanthropy can take several actions in building long-term flexible funding models, investing in local knowledge and research and grassroots organizations. There is an opportunity in strengthening regional collaboration and philanthropy support infrastructure like AFF. And finally, advocating for stronger climate policies. Looking ahead, the goal is to develop a connected, well-funded, high-impact climate philanthropy ecosystem in the Arab region. How are we going to be doing that? Potentially maybe conducting a full ecosystem mapping to guide philanthropic investments. Again, this research, this output is just a pre-mapping exercise. Align funding with the local needs and climate resilience priorities of the countries, and foster cross-sector partnerships, public-private philanthropy. Just in closing, I would like to mention 2 points. Without coordination, funding, and local alignment, climate philanthropy risks fragmented impact in a region that cannot afford it. And the second point is that climate philanthropy in the MENA region holds significant untapped potential. Strengthening coordination, funding models, and knowledge systems can transform it into a critical driver of climate resilience and locally grounded climate action across the region. I'm not going to go through the whole report, of course, or the whole findings. I hope you enjoy reading the report. I believe we have a few copies, unlike what we usually do at AFF. We have decided to print just a few copies to be shared with you today. And of course, it's going to be available online. Joyce, would you join me, please, for the interactive sessions?
Okay, so for this interactive session, the groups will need to be sitting in a circular format. So is this group number 3? All of you? Okay, so some people will have to like stand here. This is an experiential learning exercise. We're gonna be doing a puzzle, but the person assembling the puzzle will be blindfolded. So every group has to choose 2 people, one person who will assemble the puzzle and another person who will actually see the picture of the puzzle. The rest of the people are not going to see the picture of the puzzle. And the only person who's allowed to touch the puzzle is the blindfolded person. Okay? So from this group, choose 2 people and let me know. And this group also, same thing. Are you part of that group? Okay. So who's going to be blindfolded? Talk to each other and let me know who wants to be blindfolded and who wants to see the picture. You're okay. You're blindfolded? Okay. And who's going to be seeing the picture? You're the one seeing the picture?
Oh, he likes charade.
Okay. So do you want to take a picture of the picture? عشان you're going to be guiding the people. This is your puzzle. I'll take a picture of this. Okay. All right. Okay. I got a question, so I want to clarify this. This is not a two-person activity. This is a group activity. The bystanders or people who are neither assembling the puzzle or seeing the picture should guide the person assembling the puzzle in how to put the puzzle together. Okay? From this group, who will be blindfolded? Jana? And who will see the final picture? Okay, if you haven't already started, start now. You have 5 minutes. Two more minutes. We already have a winner team, so 2 more minutes. Second winner, okay. We have 1 more minute. ايه كل واحد لازم ياخد ورقة كل جروب one paper one the report ايوه والماركرز there's one per yes one marker per you have 30 seconds left 30 seconds left oh you guys finished so we have two more stickers كل جروب يبقى معاه sticker and time okay thanks so I think we have 3 groups can I have everyone's attention okay so خلاص time is up all right so the purpose of this exercise was to do an exercise in what it's like to be fragmented. So I want to ask, you guys are the first ones who did it. What do you think worked for you? Why did you do it so fast? Apart from the genius of this group, we're very operative like very direct. Okay. So communication was good, is what I'm hearing. Communication was good. Trust. Okay, it's communication and trust. And I think, sorry, I did you want to say something else? Not to have an idea. Say more about that. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's very good. Okay, other teams, what also worked for you? Like, and why was it hard? Like you were not able to do it. Why was it hard for you?
I think it wasn't very hard for us to give directions. Even for me, who didn't see the final picture, it was like easy to visualize where to go. But for her, even when we're giving her guidance, it's just very hard to assemble things.
It's very hard to assemble something that you cannot see, right? I think that's very, very natural. And I think in a lot of fields, including climate, we have organizations that don't talk to each other. So one person sees one organization might see the final picture and another one might be actually implementing. But if we all talk together, then we can have better outcomes and can do it faster, basically. So what else, what you guys also were able to assemble it? What worked for you? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Were you tempted to put your hand in and fix it? Okay. Okay. Yes. So change the wording. Okay. So I think our conclusions are communication and trust and basically working together to understand and then say things differently also. So if it's not working this way, we can like approach it in another way, which is great. I think this sets us up for interacting with the report in our second activity. We're gonna have something that's called World Cafe Tour. Where's Nasim? Anyone? Okay. Thank you. Okay, oh, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Type. For this activity, I want us to move in groups. So we're going to have 4 corners. We're going to have 4 corners. This is table 2, and it's going to be talking about the infrastructure problem. So I want each group to pass by all 4 corners of the table and read the table card. In every part of this, we're going to read the table card and respond to the prompt question in it. There's a large flip chart or like a large sheet of paper and a marker. And so you're going to respond to the provocation question. So you're going to read this excerpt from the report, respond to the provocation question, and then leave this part and go to the next. Okay? Should I explain it again? Okay. Let's say I'm group 1. First thing is I'm going to go to this corner of the table. Where are the table cards here? Oh, thanks. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to read this part, answer the question on the flip chart, and then go to the next table, do the same thing. When you go to the next table, some people will have written answers to the provocation questions. Use those star stickers to star anything that you agree with and write your own answer to the provocation question. Is that clear? Let's start it and I'll answer the questions as we actually do it.
Start off by answering our own question in the flip chart. Okay. Then marker. Mish. Okay. Yes. What's one piece of climate knowledge that already exists today but isn't being used? أنا عاملة أفكار حاجة from field work مثلا. يعني إحنا أعتقد إن شاء الله. أنا فعلا مش عارفة. أنا أعتقد إن إحنا ممكن نحاول تدينا أفكار بعد ما بما إن هي بيكون في نفس الشيء.
He already group work? Yeah, سلم عليك.
أنا ممكن نساعد في السؤال.
No, I have to say, I just checked. You?
بس بنحاول.
This is an amazing day. أيوه.
What's the report?
We work together.
Can you use that report?
Question of the presentation, questions about the presentation. Is
the presentation on a report.
أنا مش
الريبورت هيبقى يجاوب على
report اللي بس أنا ما فهمتش. Okay. Presentation.
Yeah.
When is it like that? No. Okay.
Ah, لا يبقى we do it during the coffee break. Yeah. Yeah.
لا 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 لا.
أنا استأذن
weekend.
استأذنك هنستعمله هنا. اتفضل. لا أنا هجيبه لحضرتك.
بس they mean exist local يعني.
Let me think. Let's say hi to Joyce. How about that one that the whale fossils?
ايه ده؟
It's what it is.
طب ايه الجو ده كان
Yeah, ماشي فكرة بس. Thank you. وادي الحيتان تكون مثلا 300 مليون سنة كانت في حاجات ف studying الحاجات دي تدي insights على ازاي الكلايمت بتاع الأرض ممكن تتغير على ملايين السنين.
التنفيذ.
على أساس ده نعرف إن دلوقتي إحنا في فترة شبيهة بلس في ناس بتقول إن إحنا دلوقتي داخلين على الرابع السادس.
You have 5 more minutes, and then I would like you to rotate to another portion of the table. 5 more minutes.
ومعقول تعمل public study؟
It is being studied, بس not
يعني أنا قصدي كويس تاني نفسه.
فاهمة؟
اوكي.
ماشي لا اوبشن خليها معانا
بس good idea.
ده وفيات ده
في بالي هي بنتها كانت في الجامعة الألمانية
او جيول
وهي كانت شريكة AOC.
ايه هتيجي ف knowing how that happened how change this makes you so like
ودي حاجات.
value of the whales ودي
هو في destination أفريقيا ده
عارفة كده وما
بس هو في ناس كتيرة من يمكن اللي حضرتك بتحكي عليها دي ممكن تكون مش موجودة دلوقتي. يعني في ناس كتيرة في يعني كانوا قدام لا دلوقتي مش موجودين. عدد قليل أوي بتبقي من دي. فكان في داليا طبيب. يعني دي الأسامي اللي أنا طبيب.
ليليا برضه مدرسة ألمانية بتاعت البنات.
دخل أكل ربع سنة
ايه ده امتى؟ قبلنا بكتير اكيد.
طلع
شفتي أصلا الجريد 365
بس بصراحة يعني
طب
أنا
how we
ما
start
كنتش في
دلوقتي؟
المدرسة ألمانية
حاجة
بس أنا بشوف صحابي الخريجين بدرسة أسلم جاز الخريجين عساكر.
مدرسة ألمانية.
If you haven't started writing, I would recommend you start writing already because soon enough you're going to be moving into a different group.
الناس اللي بتبص ان هي هتغرق هيلاقيها تحصل طرق مختلفة. في ناس متخيلة هي هتطلع ونوع كل اسبوعين كل اسبوع مرة
هي مش موجودة دلوقتي بس يعني كانت موجودة في فترة في اكسبريشن ورجعت تاني فترة كده صغيرة as a consultant بعدين بس دلوقتي مش
ايه خلاص
أعتقد إن هي
Okay, so wrap up whatever you're writing. لو بتكتبوا حاجة خلصوها and then move. We're going to move clockwise. So this group moves there and this group moves there. Okay?
يعني كانت من الناس اللي هي
بس الكلام ده
How would I phrase it? How do you think I should phrase it?
The devastating tsunami of Alexandria 36580 بس
انا كنت في لاين
How starting to study it? Yeah.
starting to study it, somehow replace it, try to identify المناطق اللي صارت.
We have to move خلاص ماشي.
تعال خش مع اني انا عمال اخد في اماكن الناس بس يعني
احنا المفروض نموف للجروب التانية ونأنسر السؤال بتاعهم بقى.
وقت ترجع
ما احنا المفروض كل جروب يموف للتاني ويشوف السؤال ويجاوب.
عايزه بس انا حاسس ان ممكن يكون جنب
يعني الفترة دي كانت الزمن الجميل للآي ام سي
نسيت سوري يعني حاطيني في الشارع مصورينه ومحدش كاس عليه غيره
يعني كان نفس
Okay, by now you should be in your new group if you haven't already, and you have 5 minutes. Read the table card, react to what the previous group has written, and then move on. Okay?
I like the question.
بيتكلم انه اغلب production بيبقى rented عشان بيبقى framed in languages زي الانجليزي والفرنساوي عندنا insufficient knowledge في العربي باللوكال diversity بتاعت الحاجة فده بيخليه تبقى هو بيقول ايه one piece of climate knowledge اللي already exists today بس مش مستعمل within the everyday language أو dialect وإيه اللي ممكن نعمله عشان يتم استعمال الأشياء. لا زود ونكتب
Okay, أول حاجة many of the waves with again study geological on the wind would provide damage climate knowledge. تاني حاجة تسونامي of Alexandria. دي شايفة ده ما قبل الملك.
اوه
واو اوكي. طيب انا حاسة ان هم هنا حطوا crises and I'm not sure is it studied or not. يعني
انا
I'm
كمان
not sure ان هم هنا السؤال كده. حاسة ان السؤال ايه already knowledge موجودة نقدر نبيلد عليه، مش ايه الحاجات اللي نقدر نريسيرش عليها.
زراعين كده ممكن مش واعيين قوي على يعني لما بيجوا يزرعوا كده في climate change، بس هم فعلا مش مستوعبين المفروض ان هو بالظبط mention في everyday، مش بطريقه فعلا ان هي تشرح how it impacts them او كده. حاجه مثلا زي climate change global warming الحاجات دي.
I think ان الموضوع كله له علاقة بالpractices اللي هم بيعملوها to counter this regardless the knowledge of the tool. فأنا حاسة إن هو ده النولج اللي أقدر أقيس عليه. هي إن في ناس بتعمل practice regardless إن مفيش مثلا system اللي هو بيظلمه بس. هو it's not implemented. هم بيبلغوا بعض ان احنا سمعنا في معرفش ايه غطي ده ازرع ده شيل ميه. ف this is a knowledge system that needs to be documented because people are practicing. فانا حاسه ان في ان هو مثلا documenting البراكتسز بتاعت صيادين فلاحين different communities even حتى الادابتيشن to heat stress في حتت زي slums. الناس بتعمل ايه؟ مبادرة زي اللي بدأوا يعملوها بتاعت ظل الأسوان كده، الناس ازاي بتcompact urban areas through their everyday life. يعني أنا حاسة إن هو more on
حلول موجودة.
building on what's the like إن إحنا نليرن من الحلول اللي بتحصل، مش إن إحنا نقوم تعملوا إيه. إن اللي حاساه هنا هو ده case study من changes geologically عشان تبقى future scenario based. أنا أقدر أعمل على اللي هو
nature based solution.
لا عارفه لما تيجي تعملي سيناريو بيز اللي هو بتدخلي داتا للجي اي اس مثلا اعمل فيوتشر بريدكشن ده هيحصل ازاي. فانا لو معايا في السيناريو بتاع الكسندريا كده ومعايا سي ليفل رايس دلوقتي بدخل له ده يبدا يخلق لي سيناريو. فدول كلهم بالنسبه لي كانهم فيوتشر كومباتنج rather than لا بتكلم عن بريزنت. احنا دلوقتي نقدر نشتغل بده.
ده it's for being proactive أكتر.
لا انا حاسه بس it's not about proactive or reactive. انا حاسه بس ما بيجاوبش على السؤال.
لا بس انا لما انت قعدتي تتكلمي شفته بطريقه تانية بصراحه. شفته انه كأن ده فهم.
Everyone, please finish and move to the next table. So if you're done, please finish and move to the next table.
دي واحده من الحاجات بلس انه I totally agree مع ال everyday based solutions. انه هي فعلا بتدينا climate knowledge how to adapt it's not being used. احنا بس بنكتب الفكره خلصنا نقاش.
لا مش حاجه بس
بالظبط كأنه برضو من كلام لوكي حسيت انه عارفين لما فكرة انه التاريخ بيكرر نفسه فاحنا بنفهم الباترن نقدر نتوقع المستقبل. وبرضو من الحلول اللي بتاعت الادابتيشن for climate knowledge nature based solution, indigenous and local knowledge based solution, they're not being used here. تكتبيها كده زي ما انت بتعملي بالظبط هتلاقيها في الاخر indigenous.
They will write a lot.
عشان ما احط لهم نكبتين يا
برافو.
يلا go ahead. Alex. External lenses ماشي. Traditional knowledge. يعني traditional knowledge or local knowledge بتاع community local communities. كله جاي من بره كده. كان في ناس local crew عندهم البارير ولا ايه؟ لا بيبقى عندهم العلم عندهم knowledge في المجال. طب يقول لك traditional knowledge is story يعني العنوان. Presented in formats that don't reach the people who need sufficient knowledge, production in Arabic and local Arabic.
وادي الحيتان. What the relation?
Huh?
I don't get why they put Valley of the.
Try to understand. Was the sea before nice desert?
You need to rotate in the next minute, so wrap up your writing and start rotating. Okay, you should rotate. This group should go to the next group. And so please rotate. Okay, so for the next 5 minutes, take some individual reflection time and then go write on the pledge wall based on the prompts on the pledge wall. Okay?
Perfect. Just before heading into the real coffee break, I want to thank you all for being part and participating in the interactive exercises. And I'm just going to take just 1 minute on the way forward. I would love to invite all philanthropic organizations in the region and the ones here in the room to sign up to the Arab Philanthropy Commitment on Climate Change, so they can start their climate journey and join the regional climate movement for sharing experiences, advancing work, and benefiting from the different expertise that you guys have. For us at AFF, we commit to continue expanding the reach of philanthropy and climate through the APCCC. You will find more information about the APCCC on our website. And during the coffee break, I would love to talk more about it if you're interested to know more about the commitment itself. At AFF, we commit to develop learning modules based on the APCCC for organizations to start their climate journey. We also commit to share good practices and learning between the signatories and connecting them, hopefully to establish collaboration and partnership between them. We commit to develop a reporting framework to collect more data on climate and how organizations are taking action. And we also commit to connecting funders to AFF's partner, Impatience Earth, as they can support in setting the individual organizational climate strategies pro bono. Thank you so much. And you can find the report online, and you can also scan this QR code to look at the report right now if you haven't gotten a physical copy, which I'm sorry we did not print for everyone. It just against our regulations to print, but we thought it's a very good opportunity to share a physical report with you here today. Thank you so much. Nadine?
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank AFF for not only bringing us together to put together such an important report. It was eye-opening doing the research. I'd like to extend a special thank you to Hiba, who is my co-author and worked with me on this report. It really was an important addition to the climate movement, being on the movement side. Thank you so much, both AFF, the entire team. Naseem, thank you so much for a beautiful report. Thank you, Joyce, for a beautiful session. And so a big round of applause to AFF and their amazing team. We're going to take a 15-minute break, perfect, and then come back for our second session on private finance to be moderated by Mohamed Kamel, who is sitting right there, but will be sitting up here with us in a minute. So enjoy the coffee break. I think there's snacks and coffee. Most of you have been enjoying it through the session, and then come back and sit down and be ready to have a very lively discussion. Thank you. Ready? Okay. So we're starting 5 minutes early. I know I got you guys from the session, from the break a few minutes early, but we also started a few minutes early. And I'm very excited about this coming session. So in the previous session, we identified critical gaps in the climate philanthropy ecosystem. Now we're asking, what are the private finance gaps or green investment gaps that need to be filled? In many global climate negotiations, there are growing concerns about how private finance is counted. Much of it comes as loans and not grants. It can deepen debt burdens on countries that contributed least to the climate crisis. Global energy crisis and fracturing of multilateral consensus have created a situation where private capital is being asked to step in. Let the market solve it, the logic goes. But here's what we need to understand. Private capital has real limits. It serves returns and not needs. It struggles with adaptation and resilience. It comes as loans, potentially deepening debt. The Arab region is feeling this most acutely. We face the fastest climate impacts. We receive the least public finance, the least amount of public finance, and we're watching multilateral commitments weaken. So today we're asking, can private finance step in? Should it? And what are its real limits? And if those limits are real, what's actually going to help us? This room, again, has funders, business, policymakers, and civil society. We all have different stakes. Rather than hearing speeches, we want to hear from you. Here, where are we going to see private finance work? Where it's failing, and how do we fundamentally, again, disagree, and where do we fundamentally agree? We have today with us Ayman Ismail, Adel Taha, and Jackie Camille, who are here to spark thinking. Mohamed Kamal will be our moderator, and I will hand it over to him. Let's dig in.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. I hope you can hear me well. نقرب ده شوية برضو. My name is Mohamed Kamal, and as someone who's been working, and I want to start with a very quick note, in the environmental sector now for 7 years in Egypt. My journey started as someone who was very passionate about solid waste, specifically as a problem. It grew more into someone who became a little bit more focused on climate because of COP27, and then later on got a lot of exposure because of this through my work, whether in Greenish or also because there was just an easy flow of becoming part of a lot of international conferences. And as I come to being 30 years old this month, I've come to the conclusion, not a beginning, an actual conclusion to this journey, that where it started by solid waste, it turned out to be all about money. So it's all about money, not even about finance. Finance is part of money, and that money shapes what we want to do, whether now or in the future. So with this note in mind, we are currently in a very complicated global situation and a regional situation specifically. We have, at least in Egypt, we have an energy crisis. We have a fiscal problem, an annual fiscal problem that we face as a country, whether from a governmental spending, whether from private sector needs, and let alone the environmental needs for financing. There's also something else happening, which is that the global order itself is starting to take a different shape. Aid and development financing is starting to take new forms and is starting to be much more confrontational, less subtle, less available, or at least that's what it seems like. And motivations are maybe even becoming clearer to us. Things are not as kept under the table as they used to be. So some of us who work in the nonprofit sector are faced with a lot of ethical questions and maybe a little bit confused on where we should go next. And probably the answer we have been pushed towards, and at least in my view, is you can't depend on public capital, you can't depend on public finance in all its forms, you have to shift to private. That is more sustainable. That is the argument that has been presented by a lot of stakeholders, and an argument that you'd see that most civil society actors would usually resist for a variety of reasons, because it's not as sustainable, it is much more, as Nadine said, market-driven. The interests are not as clear and cannot be held as accountable as public finance. Without taking longer time to give context, Egypt is a unique country where we have, aside from the challenges we face, historically speaking as well, but it's also a unique country for the variety of potential environmental solutions that we can be involved in. We have different environments that exist, whether a desert-based environment or the biodiversity based around the Nile. We also have different solutions that we can explore for our energy options to have more clean forms of energy, or let's say renewable forms of energy. But the challenge has remained. And I want to conclude on this specific point. It's been on financing. So when we look at the general financing for the fossil fuel industry in Egypt, it's much more, we don't see the government taking, let's say, and I'm simplifying it, loans to do joint venture agreements with international oil companies or even domestic companies looking for exploration. It's much more based on a joint risk-based agreement where there's an investment coming in. For renewable energy projects, small scale and large scale, what we have seen in the trend, over 95% of these projects are loan-based, or even if it's concessional, it's some form of debt-based financing. And this is where it takes us to, where can green finance, where can private sector finance come in? What are the needs? What are the challenges? And how can we shape this? So hopefully I've given you a bit of the framing, the context framing, which is very important. This session is supposed to be very interactive. I think I'll have to be very strict to make sure that we all get a chance to speak. But there are three main catalysts of our discussion. And I want to give justice to their introductions as well. So the format will be following is that I will be asking a question and someone from the table will be giving their first response and giving their framing for this answer for the question. But then it'll give the room an opportunity to speak and answer on the questions themselves, probably 2 to 3 speakers, depending on the flow of the discussion. I think we also have roughly 2 hours, which should be enough time in principle, but we'll see how this gets out of hand as we go. We also have a very, I would say, unique and diverse table. We have people from different backgrounds and also from different perspectives and different priorities, which is very important. I think we're going to have perspectives that are very broad and some that are very specific, both equally important. So let me start by introducing Ayman Ismail, who is the founding director of AUC Venture Lab, also is Jamil Abdelatif, chair of entrepreneurship and associate professor at the Onsi Sawiris School of Business, and was recognized as a high-impact university business incubator, the AUC Venture Lab, in 2014, and the Middle East and North Africa, also recognized by the Middle East and North Africa UBI Global. Engineer Adel Mohamed Taha, who holds the title of Sustainable Development Expert and a Chemical Sector Coordinator at the Federation of Egyptian Industries, in the Eco Office of the Federation of Egyptian Industries. I think he's also the chair of he's the Chief Technical Advisor in the office that sits within the Federation. A very important role, and some of us in recent years have gotten a chance to get to know him a little bit better and to understand that role a bit more. And he will give us a bit of context on the type of work they're involved in. And finally, we have Jackie with us, who is the Executive Director or Managing Director of Noha El-Mikawy, and specializes in bottom-up sustainable development approaches. And I think her work has been heavily involved as well in trying to provide that type of finance that I'm saying is missing to different actors at the local level and even at a larger level in Egypt. So we have a diversity of expertise on the table, and I'm sorry, I probably made mistakes introducing you, so I'm really sorry for this, but trying to also cut the time short. I think most of us in the room probably know your names before you came already, so I don't need to spend a lot of time on the introduction. So the first question for the framing for the discussion is, it's going to be directed to Jackie first, and Jackie will get a chance to speak, and then I'll give the room an opportunity to speak after. But having mentioned or given the context for the problem that we're facing, let's take it to the other angle. What are the green solutions that are being financed, at least in Egypt, by private capital? And what does that private capital look like? And what is not being funded? So from your experience and what you're seeing now, what is also not being funded, and what are some reasons behind that?
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, complicated and multi-layered question. So just a quick brief about Noha El-Mikawy and what we do. We're an incubator for social enterprises. For the past 23 years, we've been supporting social enterprises throughout the journey of building a startup from ideation all the way to growth acceleration. Over these years, we have developed programs specifically targeting youth at regional governorates, marginalized communities. We're working on very local problems to create solutions that are sustainable and can actually take this to a business level that can continue and sustain and scale, impacting more people around them as well. And we have also been working with very sophisticated, large-scale scale-ups and, again, social scale-ups that are creating social impact. And the definition of social impact that we have is the typical P's, something that's affecting people, the planet, and definitely creating profit, the 3 P's. So with this background, we have done, we used to define, and still we define ourselves as a sector agnostic incubator. However, over the years, we have learned that grouping startups and scale-ups together in a by sector would create a lot of better impact from this intervention on the scale-ups and the startups that we're supporting. So around 10 years ago, we started creating our portfolios, and one of these portfolios is the Clean and Green portfolio that is focusing on everything that we're talking about here. And we have done, again, all the way from ideation to acceleration. If we're talking about finance, then we're probably talking about the later stages, so growth acceleration or early incubation, and who, like what initiatives or what business ideas are like funded or financed. When you say financed, you really need to define the type of finance, as you have mentioned, because what is interesting for developmental agencies is not necessarily interesting and probably not interesting for investors. And if we want to talk about the two worlds in a way, the investors, they say whatever they want to say, angels or VCs or whatever they are funding and investing in expectation for a return on this investment, and the return on investment has to be money. So it needs to have a currency symbol behind that return, and then we can look into other things. So we have seen it really depends on how you're packaging the business that you're doing. So there are some startups and scale-ups in, for example, waste recycling, who would get serious investments, and others in probably very similar sectors or the same sector would not get the same type of investment or appetite for investment from investors. Again, when we, it breaks my heart to say this, and I try to say it in a nice way, but still, when you overemphasize foregoing part of your profit for the social impact that you're creating, you're probably going to lose at least a decent portion of the investment that you might be getting from an investor. We have seen, so we're currently working with GIZ on a very decently funded program to invest in startups in producing assets to scale-ups in the green sector, waste management specifically, or prioritizing waste management, 5 million Egyptian pounds for each of these startups. A decent budget for a startup that would like to scale, especially their operations and so on. There is a lot of, so we're working with almost 12 of these scale-ups, 2 or 3 of them that are creating great impact and fantastic jobs to people that are not seen by many of the, the business people and the developmental even agencies and so on. They're creating sustainable income generating jobs for these communities, and those are not considered for investment. So all their funding is coming either through income that they're generating through their own activities, or developmental agencies that are interested in the work that they're doing. Others that are doing products or things that would go to the market and would sell to a client, as long as you start having clients and a market and all of these terms that investors feel happy when they hear them, probably you are an investable startup. So it really depends on how you're packaging, what are you upplaying and downplaying in your startup. It's not necessarily by the field that you're in or the business that you're doing. So the business model is a big part of it. But again, the package of presenting this startup to or a scale up to the investor and what you really are ready to put this money in. I would want to come later to issues about investing serious amounts in startups, because we definitely have ambiguity about the legalities and the licenses that you need to have in place, where to go, how to obtain them, what like industrial zones you need to be in, and all of these things. And because we're working on specifically for this program, we're working on financing production assets. It's very visible that, again, from the 12 that we're working with, one was ready with all the documents that we needed. The other 11, we have been working with them for the past 6 months to get them, and they're probably among the largest scale-ups in the green sector in Egypt. So there is definitely some need to fix these legalities and legal structure of the startup to be able to receive investment. So in some cases, it's about the startup itself or the scale up itself, and in other cases, it's actually about the like how doable can you do the investment if you want as an investor to see the startup going from point A to point B, but you cannot get them to point B if the legalities for this is not there. With that, I would.
Thank you very much for that. That is a perfect start. And maybe to pivot to the participants in the room. So there were two terms that you brought up that I think are very important to re-emphasize: investable, which can also mean on the other end unbankable, just something that is not very profitable. And one thing that stood out for me is if you overemphasize the social part, that loses sort of the potential to attract finance, which is logical. It makes sense, but it's also for us not productive if we're working in the green sector. So I encourage mainly two stakeholders to probably speak now to try and resolve on this. Any donors in the room or anyone who had experience working with donors in the room to maybe reflect on this, whether development institutions or investors. And also from the other end, let's say anyone here who worked with an SME in the past and some of the challenges they have faced as well. And maybe formalizing structure and trying to understand the processes that they should follow, because this plays a very big part in getting to a later stage. Does anyone want to take the floor? I would also encourage, if you are ready to take the floor, to flip the card if you're sitting on the table. It would make it easier to plan as we speak. Sorry? Can I repeat the question? The question is two-part. For the financing institutions or anyone who's worked with them, what have they worked with in the past that has worked or hasn't? And for those who've worked with SMEs, the challenges that they've faced in maybe figuring out procedure, registration, etc. Dr. Ali, تفضل. Can we use the mic? Sorry, just use the mic. Oh.
UNFCCC, the way they classify climate action, climate finance, is either mitigation or adaptation. And most of the time, the mitigation is financeable. Mitigation يعني معناها solar nets, يعني معناها alternative energy sources, etc., because it's profitable. When you think about adaptation دي كحرطة, فقر. But you can always see a divide, a north-south divide. Well, this is, by the way, global. ملهاش علاقة بالميدل ايست ولا مش ميدل ايست. بس طبعا there is a north-south divide. But that's one thing you should know. The other thing is, yeah, I'll tell you, one of the major banking alliances is called the Net Zero Banking Alliance. This was an enforceable alliance. It has specific guidelines. The idea was for banks to not finance anything that produces CO2. Now, American banks, obviously for obvious reasons, yeah, they withdrew from it. We thought it's an American phenomenon. Then the Europeans follow. فأنت بتتكلم a whole alliance converted into just a pure guidance. Guidance يعني كأنها ملهاش لازمة. فأنت بتتكلم على and those are banks. وطبعا this is going to impact all the banks providing you funds. وطبعا that's going to impact any private sector who's willing to fund. Then he's going to get his money eventually maybe from a bank. But anyway, يعني what I'm trying to tell you يعني احنا عايشين في ايام مش احسن حاجه يعني.
That's very clear, yes. But thank you, Doctor. I just want to mention, though, on your point, and trying to pivot back to the question, I personally don't see mitigation projects in Egypt at an SME scale being financed. It's also the same challenge. Maybe at a global level, when a government is trying to take on development finance, that is much easier to get for a mitigation project. But in Egypt, if I want to set up an SME that provides a green solution, I'm probably competing against a non-green solution in terms of the finance I get, or not. That's what I'm asking to be proven wrong. Nadine, you were raising your...
I think another issue that I want to bring is how we measure green solutions. One of the things that we focus on at Eco-Dahab is understanding the local context and translating the sustainable measurements, ESG, into that local context. And one of the things we see is a lot of our smaller businesses, micro and small businesses, are forced to be much more green than they get credit for. They are forced to decrease their electric bill because it costs them money. We have one of the lowest emissions rate per capita globally, and we don't get credit for it. But I think one of the issues is two parts, is the verification for these businesses are European, using European standards, building on what Jackie was talking about, is some of the reporting and some of the access to the formal processes that are required by outside funders, whether it's the EU, whatever it is, for us. They don't meet our local system and don't meet our local business needs. And we have an entire 60% of our economy, which actually are very green in different ways, are completely blind to that global system, our informal economy. And I think that there is a space here where we can actually begin to build our own standards, our own metrics that are built on that local context, and really understand what their needs are for them to become more green. And not only investing in green investments, but really looking at how we can create internal solutions for businesses that are meeting those standards, not just the European green standards. We can call them gold standards, we can call them blue standards, we can call them brown as in the earth standards, depending on what it is. But I really think that that's important for us.
Thank you, Nadine, for that. I think that's also quite important, how we choose and how we decide how to measure things as well, which I think is still not very clear in our context, at least. Jannah.
Thank you. Good afternoon. مساء الخير. I think this follows perfectly in a very weird way. But my point, actually, I wanted to ask to Jackie, and maybe not to be answered now, but after the panel is complete in the Q&A part. But before I forget, and it aligns with what was just said, in terms of measuring, and you mentioned 3 Ps, people, planet, and profit. In social enterprises, I find the profit, and you mentioned investors will look at the return on investment, and that is money. At the end of the day, how much money is going back into their pockets from what they put into the project. What is the measurement for the 2 other Ps of people and planet? How do we measure it in Egypt? How do we measure it for the social enterprises? What's their KPIs? Is it health? Is it how much waste is reduced? Is that a requirement for them to report back? How has their project implemented or improved the other 2 Ps and not just the 1 P of going back into the pocket? Secondly, are the 2 other Ps of people and planet tied to the 3rd P of profit? Are they equally balanced on a scale, or is the profit priority? The other 2, if they come, they come. If they don't, tamam, we continue. Because usually there's so many different, I've had the privilege, I guess, of learning about a lot of social enterprises and all around the world, but sometimes I question the damage they do sometimes to local communities. A lot of times there will be profit coming in, but then you've made the community worse. The health has decreased. There's been they've been put into a loop of constant environmental health challenges on them personally, such as informal waste pickers. So how does that happen in Egypt? I'm actually very curious because I don't come from a social enterprise background. I'm more of a researcher that looks at these impacts. Yes, back to you. Thanks.
I cannot speak for Egypt. But I can definitely speak for Nadat al-Mahrousa and the programs that we've been doing. And there have been many and funded with different agencies in certain situations, the government, the Ministry of Social Solidarity, other private sector companies, and also international and local donors. A very important indicator for the people P is creating jobs. So طبعا with our situation in Egypt and all the economic issues that we have and all of this, the creation of jobs that are decent, that are sustainable, مش in some organizations usually it's a person's job, and this is what the funder or donor would be tracking. Actually, we started hearing the creation of new jobs to the economy, and it's not important who's holding the job. So it's not counting Jackie in a job for a year, it's counting a job that has been introduced newly to the economy and has hired Jackie and then hired Jana. ماشي؟ Job creation is definitely important, and a job without all the indicators for a decent job, for a proper pay, for decent working hours, for businesses that are supporting women-friendly environments to encourage women in male-dominated sectors, and all of this is very important, and we do have indicators to look into these things. So this is for the people, and you can go into برضو you need to understand the balance between how much are you putting in M&E to the program, okay? But in some programs, it's important to also see kids having proper nutrition, going back to schools, girls not dropping out for early marriage, and so on. But depending on the type of program that you're implementing, you might take the indicators to a different level to see if this is actually impacting them properly. People not getting out of their businesses, artisans not leaving the jobs for a tuk-tuk drive بتاع كده is all these are indicators that you look at. For the planet, we do two things. We take the promise of the entrepreneur, so they come to us saying, okay, we have identified, for example, low access to energy in certain locations, and we're fixing this by introducing, for example, people have small agricultural lands, maybe they have a couple of cattle here and there. We're introducing interesting biogas units to create energy and fertilize. جميل صح؟ we actually procured the scale up, one of the large ones, to do that in a certain community, where we asked for the specs for building these biogas units. They gave us the specs that they're going to abide with, but we felt like we're putting like I think 50 of those in the community, where it's like a small bomb if it's not done properly. So we actually had a technical expert from the Ministry of Agriculture to come and inspect those units, where actually they were disqualified. So we had to, the sample unit that they built, we actually unbuilt and removed and canceled the contract. But it really depends on the technicalities of what you're doing, and in some cases it might be مش harmful, it might be dangerous for the community. In other cases, other scale-ups working in the same field had actually created very sustainable solutions and income and bio-organic fertilizers to the community. Women started selling this fertilizer, appreciating whatever that is coming out of them and so on. But you really need to understand the technicality of the solution that you're introducing and then analyzing it and not trying to make it look like it's the, you know, the golden key to solve all problems that are out there, but to be honest in what you're looking at. The profit is profit. It's basically you have to cover your costs and make money on top. And this money needs to be reasonable. If you have a value chain of micro businesses, you have to be paying your suppliers fairly. All the concepts of fair trade and so on they need to be there. If you want to measure, there are measures, but it really depends on who's measuring and what they're trying to claim with the measures that they're measuring there.
Thank you very much for that.
Kamal?
Yes.
Can I ask everyone to speak a little closer into the mic because we're also on Zoom and people can't hear.
Yes. I think it's easy to move the mic as well, so don't worry too much. You can bring it closer when you're speaking. Just a very quick reflection that's very useful, and it's more useful to hear, I think, experiences like Nahda al-Mahrousa, where they've seen different stakeholders and how they react and engage on prioritization of outcome. Everyone has a different interest in what they want, something in return for their investment or their finance product, etc. Last point, then we'll shift to the next question. Yes, please.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Osama Fawzi Georgi. I'm the founder and managing director of Green Hydrogen Intelligence Platform. We are an non-governmental, non-profitable. Let me focus on SMEs and the hurdle of the accessibility to green finance. SMEs, especially off-grid agrivoltaic, people that are they don't have access to the national grid. They don't have the accessibility to green funds for their projects, either agriculture or producing green electricity to their irrigation systems. So renewable energy sources will increasingly replace the demand for fossil fuels. And from my point of view is that SMEs should access domestic finance, green finance, with EGP, not Forex exposure. So this is one thing. Globally, Egypt will go to be an electrostate, meaning electrification and decarbonization rather than a petrostate. So Egypt and the global south that have no access to fossil fuels will be an electrostate looking after producing renewable energies, solar, wind, hydropower, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And to conclude on this first discussion, I would say, so just to also reflect on your input, I think access is a very important discussion. And I don't think we have a clear roadmap on who gets access to what. At the moment in Egypt, I think the priority is on expansion of access to electricity and also figuring out our pie of the energy mix. That is the priority of the government. But for SMEs that are looking to provide off-grid solutions, the ones that have succeeded in renewable energy in Egypt are the ones that have a good business case and actually provide a value-added benefit clear to their clients, separate from the green finance landscape. At least that's my experience, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'll now shift to the next question, because one of the things that was brought up by Jackie was regarding the challenges that some of these SMEs face. And my personal view is that maybe one of these challenges is that they start from a different point than a traditional business. A traditional business could be starting with a different priority and maybe approach a different entity or a sector or, let's say, authority altogether to become formal. So that's one part. But my question first to Engineer Adel is regarding the pressure that is, so we're shifting a little bit the focus, that our businesses and industry as a whole is facing to transition. What are the pressures they're facing now transition practices and also transition their work. How is this affecting their operations? What is the actual cost? Who will bear that cost? It will be useful to get your insights, having your expertise, seeing the industry from different angles, but also if you can also take more time also to reflect on the point that Jackie made, the challenges in permitting. Maybe some of these SMEs need to have an industrial license. What tracks are available for that maybe we might not be aware of?
مساء الخير. It's a 1 hour answer question. It's not a 10 minutes answer question. Okay, if you allow me, I'll just give a couple of minutes introduction about our organization. So my name is Adel Taha from Federation of Egyptian Industries, Environmental Compliance Office and Sustainable Development. The Federation by itself is a very, very old organization, established 1922. So it's now 104 years old. Relatively new. In 2002, the Federation established a unit dedicated for environmental compliance and sustainable development, where I came from. In ECO, Environmental Compliance Office, we have two main pillars. The first one is to provide technical support to our members in issues related to environmental compliance, sustainable development, energy efficiency, renewable energy, and so on. This was at the early beginning of our establishment. Now we focus more on providing or supporting our members in policies that affect their business sustainability and require obligation in certain related climate issues. And the second pillar that we provide to our members is a financial support. We have a financial mechanism. It's called the revolving fund or green revolving fund, by which we provide loans to our members as an incentive to implement recommendations related to energy, waste reduction, green technologies, and so on. This financial mechanism we provide soft loans up to 15 million Egyptian EGBs with a 1 year grace period and 4 years repayment. And as it is an incentive mechanism, it's zero interest rate. We provide the loan with zero interest rates. It's only 3.5% admin fees. This mechanism is a trilateral agreement. It's Federation of Egyptian Industries, Ministry of Environment, and the National Bank of Egypt. On the technical arm, we run several clusters. We have a renewable energy cluster where we manage to collect all the key players in the value chain of renewable energy under one umbrella. We have another cluster for circular economy and a cluster for occupational health and safety. And we have also a cluster for green hydrogen value chain. There is a lot of challenges that's facing the private sector, SMEs and large enterprises. We have both under Federation umbrella. We have SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. We have large-scale enterprises. We have local companies. We have multinational companies. So there is a wide range of and diversity of challenges that's facing our members. But again, it's going green is a challenge by itself. It requires an investment, and it's now many measures have been set to maintain market accessibility to international markets that is linked with climate and green policies. I know it's a trending topic now, but for example, we have the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the CBAM, which is, as per the EU, it's a climate policy set to tackle carbon leakages between manufacturing within the EU and exporting products from out the EU. But it is a challenging policy for the sustainability of Egyptian exports to the EU. We have the EUDR, Deforestation Directive, which is affecting 5 or 6 industrial sectors in Egypt. In 2027, we'll be facing the corporate sustainability due diligence. كل الإفصاحات المطلوبة خاصة بالاستدامة it require technical capacities and challenges, and we try to provide as much technical support to our members on that. Me, my dear Mohammed, and some of you in the room we met before in the UNEP negotiations related to the agreement that tackling plastic pollution. So it's a kind of a challenging tackling plastic pollution and maintaining your business. What technologies you need to upgrade to be ready for whatever changes that might come up in the market. With respect to private finance challenges that's facing the SMEs, we have, as I said, we provide soft loans to our members, but again, it's a zero interest rate. This is when you finance an energy efficiency technology to allow small and medium-sized enterprises, we need to take several points in our consideration. Small and medium-sized enterprises is almost, we speak about 20 employees up to 500 employees. It's in many cases it's a one-man show business. So and the very tight balance sheet, the margin of the profit margin in a small and medium-sized enterprise is very tight. So if a small and medium-sized enterprise is willing to implement energy efficiency technologies or renewable energy, installation of renewable energy technologies, they need to comply with credit guarantees that is available that is common among Egyptian banks, high interest rate, a lot of guarantees is required. And in many cases, the project is evaluated as non-financiable because of the long period needed for payback. So when we look about financing SMEs, we need to consider the conditions that they are facing. They cannot afford to pay a 20% interest rate to implement an energy efficiency technology. Even if you want to adopt renewable fuels interventions, either among small and medium or among large size enterprises, still high financial risk, and there is no market instrument in place that managed to have a de-risking impact for these projects. I've been meeting with Engineer Osama in many occasions related to green hydrogen. For iron and steel, for example, it's almost about $8.5 to reduce 1 ton of carbon dioxide in iron and the steel sector, implementing energy efficiency option. But if you want to implement green hydrogen, it would require up to $44 per ton of carbon dioxide. So what is the financial de-risking mechanism that private finance could put in place, or what is the market instrument that could de-risk these technologies? So to wrap it up, a lot of challenges. I'm not sure that 10 minutes is enough to address, but I'm happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. And actually, this was very informative. You covered two key areas. One, you gave us clearly some of the examples of, let's say, at least EU-focused pressures that are going to come on Egyptian industry. And also, you mentioned two things, if I can summarize them: risk and interest rate, the inability of the private sector and SMEs specifically to be able to cover cost relating to interest rate. Interest rate is usually too high, and that's where grants or concessional forms of financing with very low interest become potentially incentivizing, but risk remains of not even being able to pay back that amount of money, and sometimes for things to be investable, it's still quite a challenge. So if I can pose the question to the room regarding general views on, you've now seen a little bit of the challenges, but private finance, as we're looking at private finance now, how are we viewing it? How are you determining it or defining it yourself? Have you seen things that have succeeded, examples locally, or have you not? When I also till now in the session, I've not actually defined and no one has given a clear definition of private finance yet. I think that is intentional for now, but it would be useful to hear if anyone has a contribution. If not, we can also end the time and go to the next question. Any points? Yes?
I actually want to remind everyone in the back, there's a mic there. If you want to have an intervention, please let us know. Raise your hand and Netta will come to you. Open for other interventions.
Hajar, please. And afterwards, Adam. Okay. Oh, ماشي. We'll go after. ماشي. Yeah,
if you want to give the mic to someone first.
Yeah, تمام. لا, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to try to define private finance. And the reason, the entry point for that is donations. The Egyptian community is the second most global community to donate, only after Nigeria. A percentage of their per capita GDP. We're at 2.5 average تقريبا. So as a funding source, this is a huge funding source if allocated properly. And that falls under private capital. We also work in a philanthropy, again, considered private capital. And we had a discussion in a roundtable on NGO capacity building, and we were looking for alternative funding sources after the international aid pullout. And we discussed many other sources. Remittances, for example, are huge. The transfers coming from abroad, if they were somehow invested in any green bonds, it would be a good idea. And honestly, we believe in the huge potential that is the crowdfunding. Again, we are the second largest people in the world to donate. So we have the ethical and moral DNA of giving money. We just need to allocate it more efficiently, I believe, and maybe even towards climate as a overarching issue that affects us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And that is the, let's say, philanthropy / community more side of private finance, not the very sector focused, which can sometimes be overlooked and has played a very big role in the past 2 to 3 years where the financial development landscape has shifted. I'll give the mic to Hajar now, and then I can reflect later.
Hello. طيب. First of all, like since the beginning of the roundtable today, I was just thinking, like during each intervention from each speaker, how do you consider the private finance? So thank you so much for posing the question. Because like I think for me, it's very important to identify positionality first, like to private to whom and who are speaking, like in which sector, who are the different stakeholders, target groups, whatever. So I would be critical of the term itself. It depends on the boundary of how do you define private finance, who are the target group, where does this finance flow, who are putting money in the table. And the reason why I'm saying this, because my main concern around like the terminology green or private finance or like any other terms that connotated around is the landscape of finance. I'm really concerned that like most of the time is just push and shift like the responsibility of the solving climate environmental crisis back to us. So instead of just like standing very strong in our positionality of yes, we do require a solution from for the climate and environmental crisis and stopping the core issues. We're just shifting burdens to private sector or local communities by identifying, okay, let's just collect money from within. Okay, I am not against this, but I am against creating the main solution of private financing or like the finance responsibilities itself back to people. There is a huge responsibility that we should speak about. So this is maybe my main concern around this terminology, and I think my identification would depend on who are the different stakeholders, right holders, where the money flows. And my second point around the private, also private from flowing where to where, and also how does this finance being administrated? Like, is it like the same discussion we're taking into UNFCCC? Like, is it again like loans or like قروض ميسرة, as we say in Arabic? Like, who are managing this? And are we, like my last point, are we within this discussion taking into consideration the other like finance institutions that have been built within the UNFCCC or the other UN systems within the ground? I think there's a connection that I think we should also discuss around. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this. I'll reflect quickly on this. I think in this discussion, there are two different narratives that we should try to separate. There's the international narrative, which we should continue to push for, that globally, there is a responsibility that the majority of finance is public finance from north to south with clear historical let's say, supporting evidence why this should be the case. Locally, though, that is very different. What we're saying is, at the local domestic capacity, public finance is not going to solve our issues. This is why we go to private capital. We need things to be investable, grow long-term, etc. So, and this is where the discussion we're trying to shape. So I personally believe at the international level and where private finance is being defined could actually have a very different definition locally. And the question you posed, I don't think I personally even have the answer for on how it properly flows and who determines or administers what is private. I think, to keep it simple, anything non-governmental can be considered private to a certain extent. Nuran.
Okay. My definition to private finance would be any non-governmental revenue-driven finance. And where we fear the creation of debt and inaccountability of whoever is financing. So for me, this is private finance on the local level, on an international level. And from there, we can see where we're positioned.
Thank you very much for that. Which I think takes us to a very natural flow. Yes, sorry. Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry. And I need people to keep me. No, please, go ahead. And then I'll come back to you. No, not at all. False.
I'm not really. Thank you very much, and I totally agree with Hagar on many points. But the most important point, how we analyze even the verifications of how we should or what we should finance. And I see a Shutter Island effect is going on. Most of the people, they are not really agreeing with each other on how is the definition of green finance. So I see brilliant and massive intergovernmental institutions, but they are not really working together to have a commonality on what they can implement. Let's say EU, World Bank, EU institutions and the World Bank maybe as an examples. And this makes the layers of verification of the work happening on site or the implementation more difficult. And of course, there is a negligence in how we can do some sort of a process to help SMEs or to support, the people on ground. Most of the verifications comes as a very quantitative, not qualitative. Let's say an example, how many tons have been cleaned or how many things are happening, how many events. But what about the quality itself? Like if someone even have done a very, very good MVP to protect the corals, for example. So this is very important and it's just analyzed as part of the solution. It's not like really a good kind of an implementation. And that's what I hate about why the quantitative approach is always happening every time. And I've been, suffering from this given also in the past, given also other things related to the layers of work. I do hate how maybe if my colleague here said philanthropy, it's not the word that we can use even in Egypt, except in really, really rare occasions, which is charity, of course, and how crowdfunding is working, especially the treatment of cancer. But in climate and environment is utterly disgraceful. We don't have really a good implementation on that. Lastly, I think also I do agree with Nuran. It's not going to be a governmental approach. It should be beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, for adding to the framing as well. Jackie, please.
Actually, and I wanted to add to the types of financing, and I think, since we're probably in the second half of that discussion, impact investment has not been mentioned since the beginning, and it's actually, it's a bit late to bring it up now, but I think it's a very important bridge between the two words of those who would like to create impact solely or those who want to make profit. I think with its different modalities of revenue-based financing or profit-based financing, sometimes in less occasions in loans. I think it's very important to look into that also. And I think with these different types of funding vehicles that are there, it's really important to understand who has the money and what interests they have or what objectives they want to achieve with this money being given to something, and then trying to figure out what works for who, or vice versa, who are the right clients for whom. Yeah. I think one major problem that we face a lot is that we find interesting pockets of money that are tempting, and you try to fit what you have or what you're working with to these pockets of money, while those pockets are not necessarily interested in what you're working on. So I think the matching of the objectives of those who own the money, regardless of what it is named, public finance, private finance, impact investment, angel investment, VCs, or what they want to achieve with this money and who's the right audience for this money that can actually make something that would benefit both of them. It needs to be a win-win situation, regardless of who's funding what. Once you reach that win-win situation, I think the deal is definitely getting close to being closed. Yes.
Thank you very much for this. Who has the finance, what's their interest, and what do they want at the end? You explained it in a flow that was, I think, very clear. And unfortunately, if I can also reflect very quickly, I think a lot of SMEs are driven by just quick need. Just there's a need and there's quick win opportunity to get something. The strategic thinking, I'm not sure is done by the SME itself. More needs to be done by the sector, but I could be wrong. I want to shift to Ayman, and so 3-layered question. I'm sorry for that. Yes. Oh, but I think they will complement each other. Yeah. So first of all, we've heard now the term private being separately defined in different ways, all very similar. But how would you define private capital from your view? And the following that is how do you define as well green finance, sustainable finance, or is there a difference? What are the differences in these terms? And what are the constraints structurally, or let's say challenges faced to mobilize, and maybe mobilize is not the right term, but let's say mobilize for now, private capital for climate, for environmental development or environmental SMEs. From your experience as well, you can reflect on this with case studies or even just from your view. And please feel free to also take a bit longer since I added 2 questions together.
Thank you so much, Mohamed. It's a real pleasure to be with you. And especially speaking at the end, it sounds there's a lot that has been said. So first thing, I work a lot with investors. I work a lot with startups, and I've worked a lot with entrepreneurs in AUC Venture Lab and Nadat Mahrousa and in other funds. But my perspective here, I do not represent them. So I'm not the evil person who represents the money on the table. I'm more of someone who knows the mindset of a lot of what's happening there to just try and reflect it. So whatever I'm saying, don't quote me that this is my personal opinion. I can tell you my personal opinion when it comes at the end. So Jackie used the word pockets of money, and I think it's very important to understand where the pockets of money that come and flow come from. So people most of the time, they look at funds or grants that are coming. But what's the flow of money that comes from above and above? They assume that the people they're sitting with are actually decision makers who can say, I'm going to put this money in X, Y, Z. Not the case to a certain extent. So money usually they're floating in, let's say, three levels. The level at the top is really, really big money, and we're talking trillions, and those are either sovereign wealth funds or big government pots, or very, very, very wealthy, they call them ultra high net worth individuals, very wealthy individuals, and some pension funds. Those are funds, you don't know their names, you don't know they exist. You might have an office somewhere with 5 people who are managing $1 trillion, okay? And this is kind of the ultra layer at the top. And typically those people, they take care of this money on behalf of whoever owns that money, pension funds, Sanadi Maashat, government, sovereign wealth funds, whoever. And their objective is to invest it, grow it on the very long term, 20, 30, 50 years. So they're not short-term focused. And they have a mix of financial returns and sometimes a mandate, a soft mandate that's given to them, do X, Y, Z. So this is one layer. We don't see it, but that flows. The next layer is basically funds of funds. Those guys divide their money into smaller things. Some put it in the stock market, but some ends up in funds. You'll find those funds of funds. You start hearing, but not much, and you find the DFIs, the European Bank for EBRD, Reconstruction and Development, Bank التعمير الأوروبي, the IFC, the World Bank, FMO, the Dutch Development Bank. You start seeing that layer. And those guys have usually in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and they start looking at specific agendas to use the money that they have, create the profit for whoever gave it to them with some mandate, some box. Okay, so they don't have that white space to operate. And then you get below that to specific funds, specific grants, specific projects that kind of go at the end. And this is when you start finding venture capital funds, private equity funds, some money flowing into projects in the tens of millions of dollars that we start seeing some of them in Egypt or in other countries and so on. So the flow comes this way. So whenever you start getting the green agenda, unless it starts coming from the top, it doesn't flow. So whoever sits with you in the fund, he has a mandate or she has a mandate. Spend the following amount. Here are the conditions that you need to spend. And that's what you need to deliver. Okay? Sometimes they have a purpose, sometimes they don't. So if you understand that, you'll understand when the green becomes interesting, like the Europeans, it flows from the top, starts flowing, and then you start seeing it at the bottom in the money that we get. The Americans is not on the table, so you talk to them, whatever money flows from there is not there. Okay, that's one part is just to understand what's happening. Europeans are pushing very much on the green and sustainability. Americans are not. Chinese are kind of, if it's profitable, maybe. And those are the big pots of money. Maybe Singapore has a little bit. The GCC is mostly getting into commercial. So this is the flow. So when it comes down without anything that says green, this is why it's coming from. Okay, and some of them are genuine when it's put. Some of them, they just say ESG and that's it. And it becomes a generic, just checking the box, tell me how many jobs, tell me whatever. And it doesn't go beyond that. So that's one side. But you look at what's the demand for the money, for those pockets of money from our side. You've got the big infrastructure projects. Hamad was talking about that. So big energy, big all of these things. This has to be, at the end of the day, coordinated with a government mandate. You're building big solar, big change in the energy mix, larger things. But this is more about government. For the government working with that layer of DFIs or some funds to try and get some money to support it. You get to these small SMEs and startups, you're in a very tough place because the money is coming very limited. It's always looking for profitability. Very few of them have that mandate. You get some pockets here and there. Those are ones like the ones Jackie was talking about. And that's where you're stuck. Problem with the SMEs who are in that sector, it's mostly capital intensive. So you need CapEx. فit's treated like traditional industrial project. ببني مصنع. The banks look at it, they can finance it, but they need the same process. It's not kind of the startup واروح اجيب شوية فلوس والكلام ده لا دي دراسة جدوى feasibility study 20 years money coming in coming out and so on and the team and all of that, and most of those SME entrepreneurs don't know how to do that. So this is kind of where that space is stuck. SMEs that are non-bankable, non-investable, bigger government projects, they're happening, and the flow of the funds is limited by what's happening on top, and that takes even if it happens, it takes probably 10 years until it starts flowing. So this is the perspective on what's private capital. So reality, some of the private capital that's coming, you think it is private capital, but it's coming from sovereign wealth funds. That's kind of government somewhere. You might think it's coming from individuals. So there's really a little bit of it might come to you in the form of what looks like a private capital, but the initial source is a little bit more murky. A mix of government, sovereign wealth, high net worth, sitting in the big numbers, and the whole agenda trickles down. That's why probably you will find very interesting things. Now, green sustainable finance, what is it? You've got traditional finance, and then someone who's putting next to it either an interest or a conditionality that says, I want to be interested in that space, or I'm putting conditions around that space. The interest, it could be an open interest, and usually you can satisfy it in a very broad way. Sometimes some greenwashing happens in that middle. By the way, I don't mind it if it's actually going to contribute some money. So it is what it is. The conditionality is when it says this is going to 1, 2, 3, reducing specific carbon emissions or some very specific target. And usually those are very, very tight. So conditions for someone who really cares about that for whatever reason that they have. So that's that space. Now, the challenge is about to mobilize that funding because you have to pull those pockets from the top. And this is things like Dr. Mahmoud Mohiddin is doing at the very macro, saying we need how many trillions, and this money needs to go to the global south, and it needs to be injected. So he's lobbying at that top where the kind of the original flow, حنفية الفلوس موجودة هناك. Okay. And then when it reaches at the bottom, you're trying to basically use it in good things, what Jackie was saying, really actionable things on the ground, so it doesn't become just checking the box. So how are you doing real impact? And I think you were talking about the qualitative side, not the quantitative, and so on. That's the challenging part. One observation, there's a huge obsession with measurement over measurement, quantitative, and I find it, honestly, you spend half of the project in M&E for whatever, and you measure more than what you do, but that's a little bit crazy. There's a lot of obsession with regulation, and I'll talk a little bit about regulation, over-regulating in many aspects. There's a lot of obsessions with big projects that have big impact, where sometimes the outcome might be on the ground. Dr. Leila taught us a lot of what you can do on the ground, things that are local, working with the informal, with incentives, working with community-based, and so on. There's a lot that you can do with small amounts of money, but a lot of local engagement with everybody on the ground. But this becomes about the question that you have to deal with. Something about the regulation. A lot of people are just saying regulation all the way in a community where it's mostly informal. Most of the local entities are informal. Most of the labor is informal. Regulation actually is counterproductive, because what happens is you're adding another layer for discretionary corruption, and it doesn't end up really going. If you want to regulate big players, fair enough. If you want to regulate the informal, you cannot do that. You have to work to bring them, grow them, and with that, and work at the community level, and with that, a lot of the problems get solved. There's another dilemma: incentives versus what do you call it? A basic NAM. Not taxation. And you provide local incentives versus the heavy hand of the regulation. It's the incentivization of the local part works a lot. What else? Just one thing. There are different models that are happening, Bardo, to keep in mind. If you look at development things that are coming from the US is very legal contract based. هتلاقي contract alpha صفحة. And a lot of what happens there. The European part, you're going to have a short contract, but it's referring to another 200 regulations in the kind of URLs. And when you read them, you find 5,000 pages that are embedded in the contract. For Europe is more regulation oriented. When you go to Chinese, it's a very different model where the government and the private sector are kind of embedded. So the contracts are short, but they have a lot of side discussions and side kind of, I want you to do this. It's not I want you to do it this way. And you get a lot of dialogue based that may not be, that happens in an informal level. So those are three cultures that we find. And depending on where the money is flowing, you'll find that the requests vary by those. So anyway, what are the challenges to mobilize capital? You've got to figure out where is the capital coming from and adapt to that. But this is the kind of the supply side. But from the demand side, what kinds of companies are we helping building? Are those companies able to actually show an economic case, a business case, and all of that? And there is a space for the existing local businesses that have capital to actually start growing beyond that. So there is a micro and small meshi, but there are local businesses that are producing hundreds of millions and have that capital, and it's time for them to get involved into that space. And I'm seeing some of them getting personally involved. When you have that examples of success, you'll start getting a little bit more coming. So I'll stop here because I can talk for long and we'll get the rest in the conversation. Thank you.
This was, I think, very informative for a lot of us. I would probably have a lot of follow-up questions, but for the sake of productivity of the session, if anyone has any input, please share your flags. I'm going to reflect on one point specifically. You covered that there are different models, and that from what I heard and what I'm trying to understand is that these are more on understanding the macro scale, but also heavily influence what happens at the micro scale, because the models that exist for private capital that flow here, we might assume is coming, for instance, through an Egyptian bank, but when you track it back, it might be coming through a different source, and that takes us to understanding the global landscape where money is coming from. I think more of us would benefit from understanding that better, actually, and learning how these flows happen. So I'll go to, I think it was Hajar first, then Nuran after. Nuran first? Oh, okay, Nuran first.
Thanks for the very honest and briefing. I believe that I can see entry points to injustices from your talk. It's about the problem of the delegation of authority in terms of mobilizing and earmarking whatever finance that we're doing. Like if the first pocket, the sovereign funds, is delegating this authority to the second pocket, which is multilateralism, and we give all this authority of how to earmark funds, who to give, which theme do we fund, that's sort of an entry point to injustice, because accordingly, we'd see some people not having the privilege of accessing this fund, and also having these funds all in dollar format, not taking in consideration the diversity of economies that they're dealing with, would be also another layer of injustice. And my main take is that mainly the small scale which we work with would be overwhelmed with fitting in a box to accumulate wealth rather than solve a problem. So every time we talk about a problem and then we get to the finance, we'd find ourselves trying to be bankable and everything, and we'd lose the track of the core essence of whatever we're doing. So I don't know, how do we work along to not be mass producing entities to just fit a checkbox for a financing mechanism?
For this to have a productive session, we'll just take the flow first because time is tight. I'll go to Hajar and then I'll come back as well.
Two quick
points. Thank you so much for your remarks. The first question is about when you were reflecting on what how the private finance within our context works. It raises a question specifically when you refer to small businesses creating revenues and it's time for them to be involved. Do we have regulations or sort of a mechanism around this? And secondly, in general, for the private finance of capitals in Egypt, funding or being involved in the green and climate projects, do we have any sort of regulations around that, mechanism around that? And also, when right now I understand, okay, we do have different areas to identify, okay, the private finance, but do the different entities which we would consider private finance, do they have a sort of collaboration to integrate their work and efforts within the national strategy for projects that we need funding for? Is it driven only for projects supporting community? How does it work? Because it's still not clear to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we can take these two questions first, then continue.
Okay. But just from an investment perspective, let's put yourself, Hajar and Nuran, you are now given a fund of $50 million to invest in Egypt, and that fund is coming from whoever, okay? Your objective is provide them with a certain profitability within certain risk. This money, it belongs to someone. That someone could be, by the way, a woman sitting in Brazil getting her pension out of that. You wouldn't even, if you track the money, it's somewhere. Into مؤتمنين على الفلوس ديت. Okay, part of مؤتمنين, and you have a responsibility, an ethical responsibility to produce the profits that those owners of the money have requested from you. And there is a bit of a legal to work through the process, a specific process. Otherwise, you would be legally اديت وزعتوا الفلوس بمزاجكم. But those are the two things. For people who work in those places are typically not bad intended. They might actually personally care about different things that they may give charity to, but their job is to put this money in places that are going to provide returns in a certain manner and to manage a certain process that makes them say أنا عملت اللي عليا. In English they call it my due diligence. في العربي بيسموها عناية الرجل الحريص. Okay? That's your mandate. As an investor, your job is to do this in an ethical way. Ethics there means I have done the right process to select the businesses that are most likely to produce that kind of profit, given this risk, and given that my time horizon 10, 20 years, 2, 3 years, 5 years, whatever. That's your job. So putting money in things you think are good for the planet or the globe or your person or your family is unethical and illegal. So a lot of people say, why don't they do this? Because their mandate is to do X, Y, Z. Okay? For the people distributing the money, you're managing a sovereign wealth fund. دي فلوس بلد, Singapore, for example. Your job is to protect that money for your country's next generation and develop it بشكل معين, and that's your mandate that typically comes from your own parliament. And within that mandate, you get specific guardrails, scope, and that flows. So the fund's job is not, and I'll say it in a bad way, is not to look for local injustices unless they're doing evil, propagating something that's really wrong ethically, visibly. But they're not, their job is not to promote the local social agenda in a country. Their job is to make sure they're not doing something bad. The local social agenda comes from the local politics, that policies that gets propagated. The government in Egypt has a plan and it says, I want to shift to green. أنا عايز 20% من energy mix يبقى in green. For investors, we have created a regulation for green, feed-in tariff or regulation. Come and invest. They will come according to compliance with the government, not compliance, incentives from a government policy following that and play with it. If the government doesn't do that, like in the US, they will not come. If they do a lot of that, like in China and in Europe, they will come a lot. And within that government policy, they will provide, it's not a regulation, it's a policy. The government may provide incentives, may provide whatever makes it possible to make that economically feasible, which is their mandate. But that mix is there. It happens at the big things, big projects, infrastructure. In the smaller parts, but sometimes it needs a push. طب we need to have a following regulation بتزق هنا ماشي. Some regulations بتساعد. Or policies. But that's the context. It sounds a little bit weird, but that's really what happens there.
Thank you very much. It's very useful. Yes, I think Dr. Noha and then Mr. Osama afterwards, and then we'll take the round after. Sorry.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'm glad Ayman said what he said at the end because it makes my question hopefully shorter. I think the way you explained particularly the role that sovereign wealth funds play in private finance is hugely important for this region. We are a region that hosts some of the richest sovereign wealth funds in the world. And yet, we are a region that doesn't know much about how sovereign wealth funds play a role in sustainable development. So my ask of all of you here around the table, as much as you feel that this is part of your mission, wherever you sit institutionally, is to work together on better understanding the scope, the magnitude of sovereign wealth funds in the Arab region and the modalities by which they intersect with aspirational goals of sustainable development. Because there seems to be, from what you're saying, various narratives, especially when I think of what Noran and Hajar have said as well. There seem to be several narratives about the role of private finance in development. And we need to sort things out and explain what's reality and what's fiction. And what is a space in between aspirational intentions and practical implications. There is a space in between those two where a lot of good intentions go wrong. And there is a space where regulation, as much as it is well-intentioned for accountability purposes, ends up creating informal political economies that were not intended in the first place. So there is a story to be told. You know why, Ayman? And I really, truly would like to leave that with all of you. Because I'm being very honest, because the time we are living requires nothing less than honesty. A lot of people who work in the development field are being hugely disillusioned right now as we speak. We need to worry about the mental well-being of people working in development. I'll repeat that. We need to worry about the mental well-being of people working in development by sorting out for them the narratives that exist, sorting out what's fiction and what's reality, and what is in between and why. And the interaction between Ayman and Hajar and Noran is one good example thereof. And sovereign wealth funds are a good example because we are among the richest sovereign wealth funds in the world, and we still consider them a black box. We should, as people working together, including AUC as an educational institution and the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, work together on fixing a bit of that lack of information and knowledge to better manage the landscape. Thank you.
So I cannot, I couldn't agree more. I think it's brilliant how you make it. The development space has been a very unusual space. I've been working on it for, I don't know, several decades, and it's a very unusual space because people working on the ground, they're always working for the mission, but the flow of money is not always for the mission. It might be for the mission plus plus. That's if it's a good case, or it might be for the plus plus, and then the mission is just the wrapper, depending on who's giving what for where. I think there's a lot, the USA, dismantling the USAID was probably a point of reckoning where a lot of people started saying what is happening and how is it happening and all of that, with a lot of vulgarity that happened around it, that we've all seen it, including at AUC with the students losing their scholarships and being kicked out in a split second. So that is very true. So for whenever there is money flowing, if you're working in any space, you've got to know who's sending that money and what do they want. And that's a very simple thing. If that money is aligned with your interest, take it and use it. If it's not, be careful. That's a sense of reality. A lot of people are just seeing the money and just looking at the philanthropic or the benefit of it and working with that. So that's an important part. In our region, there are probably, around $3 trillion of sovereign wealth funds invested all over the world, which is fine for whoever owns it. How much is trickling back to the region? Very little beyond the GCC. But when it trickles to the GCC, which is interesting, it trickles into funds of funds that support a government mandated policy. And that goes into, we want to invest in X as a government, they flow into those funds. In the region, the flow is limited, and sometimes it comes from other sources through Europe or whatever, and sometimes it doesn't. They're very small, I would say, pockets that come to the rest of the region. And by region, I take it from all the way from Central Asia, Pakistan, to Africa, to it's Arab, Muslim, African, whatever you define the region, a very small part that trickles down. A big question, why does it trickle down? It's either there's the political part, geopolitics, which is one part, there's the profit part. So if we take it from our perspective, what can we do? We need to create profitable opportunities that can be attractive for private funding, which requires a mix of business plus policy, plus technical expertise, and plus a lot of marketing. That would attract funding. And that would attract commercial funding that is not driven by political agenda. And that's probably the best funding. Even people hate it. This is actually for me, money that comes for money only is actually the best kind of money that comes, which is counterintuitive for many people. Okay, I like people who are giving me money and they want money in exchange because I know what they want in exchange, and if I can pay it, I'll be happy. And we have the deal, and the deal is about money. And thank you so much. You don't want anything else from me. I don't want anything else from you. When there are other layers of conditionality, soft or hard, you have to be playing in a different space. So we've got to create profitable opportunities in the green and other sectors that create jobs, create industry, and so on. That can go, and we've got to market them. That for me is probably the most honest way, even though people want other things.
Thank you very much for this. No, Bilax, this is a very useful, I think, segment to stop at. A few things that were mentioned by Dr. Noha I would like to reflect on, but for the sake of time, I'm going to organize my thoughts for later. And yes, I'll give Dr. Osama first, Mr. Osama first, and then Dr. Ali, because he had his hand raised earlier.
Let me raise a red flag. Maybe most of you don't know about it, which is the leakage of green finance to greenwashing EV charging. EV charging in Egypt is relying on a grid that is produced through thermal power plants that use fossil fuels. I confronted one of the big sharks in EV charging in Egypt, and I told him, this is greenwashing. You should not ask for green finance. So this is leakage of green finance, and I raise always the red flag because the big sharks are consuming most of the green finance in EV charging. So instead, there are small and medium enterprises that do carports for charging EVs. Those carports are based on solar panels at the park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for that remark, Dr. Ali.
No, I'm not sure how to start, but we're in a very turbulent situation. I mean, when you talk about all funds coming from abroad comes with conditionality, and there is a political tie with it. And I'm not assuming that the Gulf are going to give us money just at a free will. Now they'll give you money because of profit. Yes, granted. Should we take it? Yes, we should take it. But I think we've missed another dimension, which is money coming from within Egypt. Let me tell you some statistics. Only 20–30% of the total pie of philanthropy, and I'm talking deep pockets, is coming from deep pockets. 30%, not more than that. The remaining 70–80% comes from people like you and I. سواء بقى بتتكلم على صدقات نذور عشور بس it is not managed properly. What we should be thinking seriously about is how we do something which is community based. We create the platform where those funds could come in, and then we can get Sheikh Al-Azhar. والله يا جماعة بلاش كلام فارغ اللي بتكملوه ده. You can put money to help somebody start a new startup. طبعا it has to be less risk. It has to be more towards like small businesses kind of a thing. Yeah, more, you need to sort of worry more about self-sustenance. But there is another solution, which is bottom up, and it is community-based. And it has to be internal. It has to be from within. And one of the major issues that I have with us, we don't have an agenda. We sit in meetings with the European Union, and you can feel it. There is a gap. احنا بنورد لهم حاجات that are commodities based on sweating, وهم بيوردونا حاجات اللي بياخدوها مننا بس based on innovation. وطبعا they charge us a prime. By the way, CBAM is a non-tariff trade barrier. The major polluter of plastic is Coca-Cola. يعني مش Coca-Cola والعفريت مصري. It is actually Coca-Cola. But anyway, just to cut it short, I think there is another alternative, and I think it has to be studied well. And we need to put our best brains of how do we find, well, that requires trust, by the way. يعني الناس اللي بيطلعوا صدقات ولا الناس اللي بيطلعوا عشور هيديك فلوس right away. لأن في lack of trust. فبيحطوها في كلام فارغ. In the big grand scheme of things does not make an impact. لكن believe me, once we do this, we'll create a huge impact. يعني if you don't believe me, go back to طلعت حرب عمل ايه؟ The British were controlling all the banking system. هو أقنع 50 واحد بأنه يحطوا فلوس وكتبوا وعمل بنك مصر. And then he did a series of companies. طبعا كلهم أمناهم بعد كده. لكن عمل a series of companies. He did an economy. لما تشوف عمل ايه والستراكشر اللي هم عملوا. لما عمل محل غزل المحله عمل شركه بنادي بمساكن العمال. يعني this guy has a dimension of livelihood of people. We need to go back to this. لكن don't tell me please لا Europeans بلا عفيت أزرق بلا خليج. Sorry بس يعني and I think for the national security on the long run we should start it from inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for this. I think I'll take this opportunity to give quick reflections from my end and then shift to the two questions here, 2-3 questions that we would cover because we have limited time. But 3 areas very important and trying to sum up what has been discussed. development landscape has been shifting. Maybe I'll start with the more recent point Dr. Ali mentioned regarding charity. So I'm one of the people who has been interested in previously, not anymore, in understanding can charity or the charitable situation in Egypt, which fundamentally Yes, mic is
My
back.
mic is on.
Mic is back. Yes, we're good. So on charity specifically, it is straightforward, but also not that straightforward and has a lot of layers to it. We have an economics of giving, an economics of charity in Egypt, and trying to temper or change certain things that have been cemented for over 50, 60 years will not come from independent actors. My conclusion, personally, as very subjective opinion, this is a central government issue. If the central government, regardless of at what layer, Al-Azhar or even higher, determines that, you know what, a certain portion of these these charitable contributions by Egyptians can go towards things that are development oriented, this would need to be facilitated by them first. If we are to do something that is much more small scale, NGO oriented, a lot have tried. And I've seen a lot of case studies in Egypt, and they have not succeeded because what the question that was raised, which is what I'm going to refer to, who pays the money, which is me as Mohammed, and who's receiving the money. So when I pay charity, I'm more interested in something short-term direct impact or a faith obligation. I have a faith obligation, certain percentage, take it out of the way, that's it. And that probably will not change for a lot of people. This is why, for me at least, I didn't see any potential for me as an independent actor to try to change the status quo. Another point that was raised regarding development, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. So as someone who has been engaged in finance for 3 years, when I started, no one gave me really an introduction on what exactly is a sovereign wealth fund. And sovereign wealth funds are not all the same. Every sovereign wealth fund is different. But sovereign wealth funds are extremely influential in shaping global development and global industrial, global trade, regulations, agreements, etc. And the reason there has been more shift and focus on the Gulf sovereign wealth funds, and please feel free to correct me, is because they're more recent. And the speed and pace at which they're going is, it's not alarming, it's an opportunity for a lot of the Western side of the world on how to mobilize and utilize these opportunities. Most of PIF from Saudi, their investments, that they're going more west than they're going in the region. And it's because they're focused on profit. Their need is not, I mean, there's parts that are geopolitical, but it's also very much focused on the returns that they can bring. And I'll give one example of a personal experience, which I think is useful to share, that the UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund, which trickles down, as you mentioned, to several layers of other funds, so funds giving funds, a portion of it is required to go towards philanthropy. So that money is not actually for return, directly for profit, it has to go towards a social cause. And they developed more than one environmental social cause. The money comes directly from the Sovereign Wealth Fund at the start. But the directions they're taking are very political, because as Ayman mentioned, it all starts from what is the direction taken by that country. So are we looking to tap into this? The Egyptian government has engaged with sovereign wealth funds, but if I understand the point correctly, and I've taken a bit longer to try to pin this down, we are not. So non-governmental actors, whether private sector, SMEs, etc., have not understood this landscape very well, or are not really spending time to understand it, and are maybe focused or depending a bit more on the financial sector to trickle it down to them. And the last point I'd come to is, I think was mentioned a little bit, was the concept of unilateral measures. I think there was another point, but I don't think I'll have enough time to go through it. And how things like the CBAM or things like EU policies and regulations are shaping what we need. The EU has a need, they have targets they want to hit, and it does not matter how that will influence you or affect you. And in that sense, there is an element of injustice because we did not have the same amount of time to catch up towards the level of maturity in industry. And frankly, the market doesn't care, and it will not care. If the Egyptian industry does not catch up fast enough, most probably what's going to happen is you lose your share of the pie, or you just pay more. And once you pay more, your product becomes more expensive. They might find a more affordable alternative. Ayman also mentioned the point very quickly regarding like how to mobilize finance from private sector, and even if it's considered greenwashing, let's find a way to even take it forward and make use of it. I think I'll probably give Nadine a chance to reflect on this, but towards the end, because I think the flow of discussion now has really focused a little bit more on private capital. And I've mentioned now the point on the burden that industry starts to face. So I want to ask Engineer Adel a question regarding that. And it's how does an industrial actor bear the cost? So we've seen now how CBAM have shaped out. It hasn't really gone into place yet, but more or less Egyptian industry will have to subscribe indirectly to the European trading system or the ETS for emissions through the CBAM process. And while they have said, oh, this is reporting to countries, to the focal points in every country of the 27 EU member states, there's a procedure behind it. They've given time. We've clearly see the time was not enough and industry have struggled. So these changes for an industrial actor to become more efficient and to try to reduce emissions, or at the very least to be better at reporting, so the reporting is more accurate. Who bears that cost? Is it the owner? You mentioned the one-man show, which actually is a very important discussion to probably have at a later stage. But do they bear the cost? Or is there anyone supporting them to bear the cost? Does the government bear part of the cost? And if they bear the cost, how do they react? I think it would be useful for us to understand before we shape our opinions. Yes.
So very interesting discussions running. I'll just give a very, very quick reflection on what have been addressed in the room. As I'm from the private industrial sector, I guess when we say SMEs, we need to set a clear definition of what SMEs we are addressing. Because at the end, the needs for industrial SMEs is completely different than the needs of SMEs working in the trade and service sector. Informal SMEs is completely different in needs compared with formal SMEs, and by the end, this will be reflected on what kind of private finance is existing in the market. The other points that I want to reflect about, I have been working in the field for a long time now. So I joined the Ministry of Environment since 1998 up to 2002. And after that shifted to industry. And what I always notice that you have a beneficiary and you have a funder or a funding agency. And it's always the burden on the beneficiary to meet the needs of the funding or the funder agency. So it's a kind of a top-down approach. But if you are looking for a real impact, not the amount of money that is on the table, we should look in another way that is a bottom-up approach. There is a specific needs for the beneficiary or the SMEs. It's not necessarily addressed by the existing financing mechanism. If I want to benefit from this finance, I will squeeze my needs and shift it to meet the criteria of the funding agency. But if you want to have a real impact, it should be coming the other way, that any private finance or any philanthropy should be designed to meet the needs of the beneficiary at the end. To Mohammed, the question regarding CBAM and other similar directives. As a federation, we have been working on the file of CBAM, which is definitely a non-tariff trade barrier. We see it as a non-tariff trade barrier. We have been working on the file since 2023 or 2022, so now 4 years now we are working on it. And what we always insist to clarify is that this is an EU directive that is addressing EU importers, but it's affecting exporters or non-EU operators within the value chain. So we need to clarify the borderline between the obligation set on the importer and the EU importer and the obligation set on the non-EU operators or manufacturers. If we speak about Egyptian enterprises, the main and the clear obligation is to quantify your greenhouse gas emissions and do the reporting in the most accurate way and in a And by the end of the year, if you are lucky, you will be able to do a kind of a verification on the quantification of greenhouse gases. But the financial liabilities of the obligation, which is between brackets CBAM certificates, is by law, by the CBAM directive itself. It is clearly set in the EU importer. And we find it very, I could say, irritating. Thus, we try to run the whole mile before the EU by itself importer runs the whole mile. I don't know why. And we always say that you find a social media post, get ready, the CBAM certificate will cost X. For you as an exporter, you need to pay this X. No one said that me as a manufacturer, I need to pay this X because it's not my liability as per the CBAM directive. My only clear liability is to be able to have an MRV system in place. You're able to monitor your emission, you're able to report your emission, you are able to verify your emission. And after that, it's a kind of a trade negotiation between, bilateral negotiation between an exporter, importer, who will pay or who will bear part of the CBAM liability. It's a challenging. The EU market is one of the main destinations for fertilizers, iron and steel, aluminum, and cement. In 2025, the fertilizer industries in Egypt came second in size of exporting to the EU after Russia. So with around 1.3 billion euros, which is a significant amount. So there is a push, and we try to provide the technical assistance needed to our members in that regard. But what we see it more significant and more important that to clarify who bears what and who should do what. It's not 100% obligation on non-EU manufacturers. Again, it's a directive that is addressing EU importers and affecting non-EU manufacturers.
Thank you very much for this. And I think for those of us who are not versed on CBAM, maybe just a point of clarification very quickly. The way CBAM functions is you have the EU, and then you have the 27 states of the EU. Each EU state needs to have its national authority as the focal point. That national authority, if you are an importer, you have to report to your national authority. So if I'm in France, I import steel from Egypt, I have to report to my national authority. The CBAM directive requires me as the importer to be the person liable for it. The frustrating point here is I am the producer in Egypt. I get no say. I'm not even involved in the direct procedure. And the determination of the price is going to be left bilaterally between the entity importing, company or business, and the entity producing. So the directive does not support that. It opens it up for the market and leaves ambiguity in the procedure itself on who gets to bear the cost. If someone just raises the price in France, who imports the steel, what am I supposed to do then as a producer? Do I have to react to the market itself? And that procedure is where there's been a lot of frustration, if I understand correctly. So just to also reflect on this very quickly. I will dictate the flow a little bit and go to Jackie. So we take enough time for reflecting on the key questions we had for the flow of discussion. And going towards two of the points you mentioned earlier, also giving you a chance to reflect on the discussions that have happened. Bess, you mentioned very lightly on why some businesses are not ready, or maybe they were, let's say, maybe they're just not ready for different forms of private investment. And maybe you can share with us some examples of, not necessarily of the names of the businesses, but the sectors they work in, and examples of the challenges they face. That's one. And then maybe on another end is from the experience of Nadat al-Mahrousa as well. Climate, so when we're looking at climate and green solutions, are we looking always at small scale, or are we looking at something a little bit bigger? Can those smaller actors provide something bigger, or should that be left and we focus on more community-centered interventions?
معلش بعد ما بتعدي ال 25 بتبقى ذاكرتك ذاكرة الصرصار. I had to take notes, معلش. So on the first question, why some are not investable or ready for private financing وكده؟ كويس كده؟ I think I honestly think it's a matter of perspective. So who's evaluating whom? تاني, is it the community looking at a startup that because you're a startup and you have a business model and you're for profit and all of that, that you have to have investors? Yani, probably this is the framework that we understand and we work within. In some cases, especially with social enterprises, the objective, yes, part of starting this company is to make some profits, but the bigger part is on solving the problem that you have and creating the social impact that you're working towards creating. So we have seen it a lot that some of these startups opted not to seek investments after trying a couple of times and not finding. Yeah, it's typical to what you see on يعني the typical example that we all see. أنا مش بتفرج عليه قوي الصراحة. The Shark Tank. You find a startup going, pitching, looking for investment. It just does not work. ليه? The terms are not working for the startup. There are less startups saying no when they're chosen. Yani usually if a shark chose you and they tell you, I will give you X for 50% of your company, 45% of your company, many would actually say yes. The smaller percentage would see this as possibly a very, very harming thing for their business and saying, actually, we do refuse that deal. So it really depends on, is it two things? How the startup is actually should be investable and should fix certain things within their legalities, business model, access to market, the processes and all of that to actually be able to attract investors. And this is actually something that is good for the startup. Wala, is it actually harmful in certain cases and creating the mass-produced اسمك ايه؟ هاجر اللي جنبك بقى نوران. As Nuran had said, that in many cases, startups are basically, I'm including myself with the startups, we're tempted by the availability of money. So there is money, there is a fund, there is a grant, there is a donor, there is مش عارف ايه, that is there, and I want to fit within these criteria, and many would choose to customize whatever they have to fit with these objectives, not prioritizing what objectives they actually want to create with their startup. So the one that I was using as an example, I don't want to throw their name, عشان not to throw them under the bus if there are any investors here that might be actually thinking of them. But يعني, they are in waste collection, waste recycling, upcycling, the typical. And you mentioned these things, and you actually have many of these startups working in these fields with investors on board. But Dole specifically, they have a certain community that they care very much about the impact and the benefit and upgrading people in this community and so on. So a big part of the money that they are making goes to these social impacts that they want to create. So the return that they have on, they're profitable and they're making money, but it's not enough to whet the appetite of an investor to put money in them. So again, it's a matching game, if you want to say. And it's very important for the startup to be honest to themselves of, هل احنا بلدة? Are we lazy on not actually having the right paperwork in place, process in place, production process that is actually capable of growing? And يعني we keep talking about internationalization. حلو. We used to work on a creative program. It was a big one. And we were trying to get very decent and fantastic brands from Egypt abroad. They get the first order. The company collapses. Their capacity of absorbing such an order is really weak. So you really need to fix your house first and then look for the bigger opportunities that you're seeking. And it's important to know, should you actually seek this pocket of money? And you need to fix things in-house to be able to seek and get this investment or fund or debt or whatever? Or is this harmful for you? But that's the whole point. I think the matching between and the understanding of the startups, and I speak for the NGOs as well, that we always think they will choose us. They have the right to choose us. We don't have the right to choose them. It's not right. That's one thing. And this is where I need my note. What was your second question? Second question was a small scale on fixing issues. You asked me, do we want to go for small scale or large scale? معلش, I'm a Libra. It's never either or. There is life is gray. ما فيش أبيض وأسود. الحياة كلها several shades of gray. So there is a world in the middle. There is I'll tell you a small story كده. We were invited to take part in the Forza program of the Ministry of Social Solidarity. And in the first meeting, I was sitting there and I was like, what am I doing here? That's social entrepreneurship. And I really don't understand much about the technicalities and details of micro businesses, the issues that people face, providing a small asset and how the impact of this asset is measured. Do they actually make income? ولا بياخدوه احنا يعني all the stories that we hear that they take the asset and go and sell it and all of that. And in that meeting, I was trying to find again a win-win for us and them. And the value chain of many of the green startups include many small micro suppliers. So you can have a scale up that is very large scale and that is, I don't know, with lots of money, dollars in investment, funding, and solid, have been working for 5-10 years and so on. But the value chain can also include many small micro businesses. And if you find the right formula for connecting those micro businesses to that scale up, to connect them to the market, to bridge the gap in the weaknesses that they might have in their skill set. Many can produce, but very little can get to the market, cannot price, cannot improve quality, cannot change design, cannot innovate. The scale-up can do all of these things, and they can actually train those smaller ones to, and I got a little bit more crazy and went ahead with that as a topic for my PhD. But the world has something in the middle. You can actually solve very grassroots, really deep issues by including seriously large scale-ups, but finding the right modality to connect it to the on-the-ground issues that you're trying to work with. I know Dr. Ali will be very upset with what I will say. So I do not believe in necessity entrepreneurship, because we have tried several times. People cannot get to the market, cannot sell, cannot keep their accounting and finance and all of these things. It gets messed up, or they stay very, very, very small scale. You can do that necessity. We call it micro businesses, or it's a micro supplier network development program that we have at NM. And this is basically where you connect them and cluster them with what they are making. So they actually are producing something that is decent, connect them with a scale up that is possibly influencing and training them on the business that they're working on. And this connects them to even international markets. So if you want to find a solution, you can create solutions. You can design something that would work. Would it work from the very beginning? Of course not. You will fail مرة واثنين وثلاثة, but you learn every time. And you tweak and fine tune and figure out something that would get things to work and grow. بس كده شكرا. وكده هقول لكم يا جماعة شكرا.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of experience on the table. I think it's useful for all of us to hear as well some of the lessons learned and the things that you've seen change over time. I'll give now probably the last opportunity for open discussion. Yes, no, please. لا ما فيش أي مشكلة.
Sorry, this is not related to the questions that you asked me, but on the philanthropy and on the donations money being organized وكده, there are some attempts in Egypt. يعني مصر الخير is an attempt. يعني مش عارفة بالظبط الصراحة the percentage, but there is a certain percentage of funding that comes from صندوق الزكاة. يعني ننبسط أو ما ننبسطش قوي، بس يعني there are attempts. So مصر خير إنها يعني مش عارفة بقى، ما انا قلت علي دكتور علي مش هتفق كتير مع اللي هقول. فده كان بنك الطعام، بنك الشفاء، بنك الكساء، كل دول they are actually attempts for organizing the philanthropy money to create bigger impact rather than Jackie giving something to someone. فبقينا احنا collectively giving something to a bigger thing that might have actually more impact. امتى هيبقى في philanthropy going and we're saying that it's going to support يعني في within مصر خير and possibly other اوقاف اصغر شويه يمكن تو جمعيات او كده معموله to create jobs to create حياه كريمه والحاجات دي، كل الحاجات دي are attempts to mobilize فلوس. مش حياه كريمه بتاع الوزاره، يعني اقصد حياه كريمه في العموم، لا في العموم، لا مش قصدي المؤسسه، انا اقصد الترم، لا ما انا حسيت، لا مش قصدي المؤسسه، قصدي ايوه لا ما هو برضه في ساعات بياخدوا اسامي حاجات بنقولها على طول وبتبقى لا بس هم حبايبنا يعني مش مشكله. لا والله دول حبايب، ده انا يعني one of the board members كانت ex NM، فيعني لا we're proud of them. اللي بحاول اقوله انه there are attempts to do these things. قبل this round table I was having a quick chit chat with Ali and I was basically saying the philanthropist would need to feel something good coming back to their heart. معرفش امتى هيبقى when you're saying I'm taking your philanthropy money giving it to a startup to make money and create jobs and كده would bring back something good to the philanthropist heart. فهو ده السؤال بس، يعني متهيألي we're trying to fit something with something else، مش راكبين قوي مع بعض.
Thank you very much. We are tight for time, we'll take interventions. Hoja first, then Adham, then Dr. Menza. تمام.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for the last point. My question / comment, whatever, is specifically linked to this. Like, I'm a bit hesitant because we mentioned in the room, okay, solving the like certain issues from grassroots, and don't we think, or at least I think it's a bit problematic that this is just coined with the investment. So if the thing does not create revenue, that means the solution is just rejected. And do we really need to have something back in return all the time just to accept certain solutions? This is my only question. Or just to link it to investments? So,
This is a program, an initiative, a community activity كده. لكن if you want to call it a startup or a scale up, then it has to be a company that is selling or rendering something to a client, bringing back some money. لازم.
Yeah, this
أنا
is.
مش عايزة بصي أنا هاخد الكونفرسيشن دي بره عشان هيزعقوني.
Thank you. Adham.
طيب thank you. أنا عايز I want to engage with the necessity-based entrepreneurship and how this isn't a viable solution. وبرضو in conjunction with that, I want to engage with يعني I know Dr. Laila is here and for me the most successful environmental social enterprise, even though informal, is the environmental workers, is الزبالين اللي شغالين عندنا في مصر. And that is crowdfunded. It is for the person running the enterprise, it's profitable. And it has a very high environmental value, the very high recycling rates. And they work on waste being recycled back into the market and upcycled as well. So for me, that model, it sits at this perfect place where it stems from a need, a very direct social and environmental need that is there. they benefit from the informal structure because they get tax incentives. So that's another very good indicator. Taxation for environmental social enterprises can be a very good, tax exemptions can be a very good incentives, complete tax exemptions. You need to put them at a competitive edge against the other market. And yeah, that for me was an example of a necessity-based enterprise, not necessarily formal, I know. But it's a model we should know more about, study more about, and see what other parallel models can we have. And it works as a green job, not yet decent, but we should make it decent with contracts and social protection. And I'll stop here because we're in the last.
Yes, and thank you for adding this. This is very useful. Dr. Menza, please.
Thanks, Mohammed. Thanks, Adham, for this, for his intervention. I think it's quite important what we're trying to say here, and I think it got somewhat lost in the discussion when we're discussing our topic today. I just go back to the title of the session is Private Finance for Climate Action. So I think the issue goes beyond SMEs, which are of course very important for the developmental scheme of a country like Egypt. However, the scheme of SMEs does not tell the whole story here. I mean, we're talking about private action, private finance for climate action. Climate action is by default a developmental step. It's a step that goes beyond making profit. Making profit is indeed very important for private businesses, but as we've seen, and again, I would build on what Adham said, the example of making profit doesn't have to necessarily go against the scope of development. We can still make profit, but also invest in developmental projects. And it seems that the problem here, again, in many of the interventions that we've been hearing so far, is that there's this sort of blurry divide between charity and development. These two things are not the same. And the understanding, the conception on the public sphere in Egypt seems to be missing this reality. I mean, a lot of people are talking about development as if it's just charity, and everybody's raising the flag of development, the human being, developing the this, the that. But when it comes to it, the majority of the funding that we have that goes into the, let's say, the social sector is still based on charitable, whether initiatives or objectives or targets. But the real nitty-gritty of this country, the developmental scheme that needs heavy investment, and yes, we can use the term investment because, I mean, paying for human capacity building is an investment. You invest in the human being. It's not, I mean, the tangible results are not necessarily immediate quantitative financial outcomes, but it's medium and long-term investment in byproducts and results that would lead to profit being made tangibly on the medium and long term speaking. So I think this divide has to be clarified. It has to be also built upon by the government, by the policies being made in this country towards how can we deal with this pool of funding that we have been accumulating for a very long time. What are the priorities? I mean, what are the developmental priorities of a country like Egypt so that we can tap into this pool and start as a Ministry of Investment, of Industry, of Agriculture, have also our priorities in dealing with the amount of funding being available to finance it, to direct work with the private sector, with the civil society, to have an overall strategy for the country in this regard. And I believe this was also echoed by some of the contributions that we've heard today. So in short, philanthropy seems to be somewhere in between. I mean, you can be a philanthropic initiative or project and do development. And on the other hand, it can be a philanthropic project or individual that works on charity work. It works both ways. I think if we're talking climate action, our priority, our direction has to be more towards development rather than just charity. And hopefully that's what we can build upon in the coming phase in a country like Egypt. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menza. I think if I could take part of what you mentioned, so I'm a believer that there's enough money. Money is not the problem. Money is out there. There's a lot of it. But it's how you're accessing it. Is it accessible or not, etc. And I want to ask Nadine a question that I think was mentioned once or twice during the discussion. Should we, since there's a challenge to access this public sphere of funds for SMEs, and it seems that there is an opportunity to take money that is more risk-free, I view it as risk-free money, to greenwash. So basically just taking from, I think Dr. Ali mentioned earlier, we can take from Coca-Cola and use that money one way or another. Or he mentioned that they are the problem, so maybe they should pay. What if they pay and we take that money and we make them look better? نغسل نطلع الغسالة بقى ونغسل ولا should we not? Should we avoid that because there's a moral and ethical question?
Okay, so first I want to identify what greenwashing is. Greenwashing is a standard, or it's a name and shame methodology to get companies to change their behavior. That's why we use the term greenwashing. And if we're talking about greenwashing, Coke greenwashes, and for me, there is not even the large Egyptian, the entire oil industry, for me, fits under the term greenwashing. Why? Because I don't think it's the same context. First, if we were to say an oil company is greenwashing, does the public that is buying from this oil company care? No, so they're not using this to greenwash. What they're using is they're pushing an environmental narrative because funders outside require it. So for me, greenwashing is the same reason we say green, is it is an imposed from outside. And the reason I say that, to answer you, is that I feel greenwashing is by companies like Coke and Zara, and we can bring it down to larger companies in Egypt, and we should be careful whether we take money from Coke. From my perspective, is that we need to be very careful what we're taking from Coke and what it looks like. But I don't think we should impose greenwashing on small and medium businesses in Egypt in particular, because they're not living up to that standards. We haven't given them the resources, we haven't given them the capacity, and we haven't given them the funding to be able to avoid greenwashing. And when the funding is available, as has been mentioned multiple times across this, it usually comes with some kind of criteria that they require to report greening. So as long as we're talking about greenwashing, I think we need to talk about it with foundations, with international multilateral banks, and what that criteria, what unintended impacts they have on the ground that forces us to greenwash. This is my perspective. And I know a lot of people in my movement, in my sector, actually completely disagree with me. But if we're talking about greenwashing, we really need to reflect on who's setting the criteria, where is this criteria, and how is it impacting us, rather than just using that term that comes from a very different context, the 1960s, the 1970s in the US, and was implemented or came out as a term in 1986. So we can't really shift those, and we have to be careful.
Thank you very much. Very brief, because we don't have a lot of time.
I'd love to raise more red flags in this session. So this is my real experience. CBAM, we had ample time to take actions, but we didn't do that. We have been doing the awareness campaigning for CBAM since more than 3 years. And the culture of Egypt, the Egyptian culture, is the last minute action. So now we are lagging behind. My specific red flag, and if you need to comment, neo-colonialism. So what's happening between EU and emerging markets or developing countries is a pure neo-colonialism. They are abusing our natural resources, sun, wind, geothermal, and hydropower. So Mama Africa, Black Africa, we are surviving the scarcity of water, the scarcity of fuel, and the people in the global north are abusing our resources, trying to connect subsea cables to get their green electricity from our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. We are going over time, so maybe we still need a little bit more time, if that's okay. Probably an additional 5 minutes. This is the last time I speak. I promise. I probably went out of my way to speak as a facilitator a few times. Yes. So no. This is the last time I speak, and then I'll hand over the mic for a closing note. But I want to reflect on 2-3 points and maybe remove myself as trying to be objective facilitator. A few things were mentioned that I think very hard for me not to speak on. Taxes were mentioned, tax exemptions. So we've seen the 202/2020 waste management law We've seen the discussions on the new environmental law, and there's something very clear as a mandate from the current government. As a government that takes 60% of its budget from taxes, they don't want tax exemptions for these sectors. Because to them, even if it's an opportunity, full tax exemptions are, at least that's what I heard a few times, they come with a lot of risk. It doesn't make any sense. How is this going to work, etc. So I've seen it firsthand from very high officials in the government, from ministers and equivalent people in government, that they provide an entry point for some form of subsidization that is very vague in the law that can be utilized. But then it's not really utilized at all. So we've seen this with all the articles that try to motivate or incentivize any alternative in the waste management law. Not a single entity in Egypt has applied for to date. So we know this from the Waste Management Regulatory Authority, because they don't provide a clear tax incentive. They're just saying support will be provided, things will be seen to be followed up in the executive regulation and then another ministerial decision. For me, I don't see this going to happen with our current centralization in Egypt. The other point is informality. Which will lead me to just a quick reflection. So I think the general approach in government is informality is bad because they don't understand the flow of money. Things are not very clear. Generally speaking, it is not good. If we just take an objective view from the outside, any other country, informality is a problem for trying to govern. But in reality, informality brings a lot of good. Now, informality, you can't tax the informal sector. This is because they're practically informal. You're not providing them any service in return, so they're not actually burdening you, but at the same time, they're providing you with a service and you're just completely separated. In the informal sector, in environmental work specifically, and in social work, the traditional approach has been the two terms of integration or just cancellation. We've seen this in a long period of trying in different sectors, not only solid waste, where no, get rid of the informal sector and try to replace. And what is the reality they face is that the informal sector bears a lot of cost burden. They find their own social unique ways to avoid that cost. But then when you take it on as a formal institution, you struggle to, and you eventually use your money and it goes back to the informal sector. So we have never had an attempt to try to actually concede certain things to the informal sector and try to find a balance. It's always been, because I've heard this narrative as well from the government, or the ministry at least, is they've given them a lot. They haven't. Truth to be said, the only thing they've tried to discuss on is to formalize their title. They don't care about the title. I personally don't even care what their title is, unless they're getting a clear path. I wanted to comment on this point because it is something we ignore. There's a lot of finance in Egypt that is informal, that is not being looked into, and it's hard for us to try to engage with, at least. However, with us on the table is the trailblazer in the solid waste sector, who has engaged in a point mentioned earlier by Nadine regarding, okay, how do we bring good out of these companies? Very famous work with PepsiCo, for instance. And how do we engage with the informal sector? How do we actually not just coin the term empowerment, but have them do their work without them getting harmed? Because the most vulnerable economically in our society is the informal sector. Any indirect decision can just influence them because they're not formally recognized financially, they don't get social services, etc. So without putting you on the spot, Dr. Laila, if you have any reflections, I've put you on the spot purely. This is purely putting you on the spot. No, please take your time. No, you can take as much time as you want if you want to reflect on anything that's been discussed, but also maybe specifically on this point on how can we, or should we, take that money and try to put it to better good.
Thank you. It's a long conversation and it has to come under a different heading, not this one. But globally, just so you know, the informal sector is being recognized now as the major employment sector, the major private enterprise sector, and the major social sector, if you will. And countries are now, the debate is, we cannot live without them. So why should we kill them? If a country is still talking about eliminating them, that country is backward, it's behind in the debate. Now there's global recognition that you cannot eliminate the informal sector. But how do you deal with them? By the way, they are taxed. Every time they buy something from a store, they pay qima mudafa, like you and me. So they are taxed. It's just that they're not income taxed. However, if you look at what they pay for water, for electricity, for transport, for education, they're paying a lot more than the rich are. The issue now is, in Egypt, we need to recognize that we cannot survive without them. They are 60% of the economy, and that is in national reports, ala fikra, it's not just development people saying that. But formalizing them is still the only narrative option we're offering. That's passé, khalas. The global debate says, no, it's not about formalization, it's about other things. And many countries in the South are debating what if. And one of the mainstream proposals on the table is, you know what, let's start with social protection for them and then talk about formalizing them. But first, provide them with decent and working environments, with pensions, with whatever, and then they might want to formalize. What you said about them being model actually doesn't take the full story into account. Yes, everything you said is very accurate, but really it comes at an exorbitant human cost. Exorbitant. You don't want anyone to work and live under such subhuman circumstances. No matter what they're providing for their children's mobility, yes, a lot are getting educated. They are enterprising, and yes, they are cleaning up our cities, and yes, they are contributing to it, but at what human cost? No, we cannot keep quiet about that. My last point is about CBAM. It is the most imperialistic program on the table. Not only that, it contradicts the Paris Accords 2016, where we all applaud. They're asking us to limit their emissions, and they're not saying what Paris said. We're going to send you the money and the technology. Unfortunately, our private sector people are just rushing to comply because that's what private sector people do. They want to sell. Where is the government debate about this imperialistic mechanism? It should be, but fortunately, other countries are talking about it. And now there is a new international panel. It's called the International Panel on Inequality, IPI. And they are submitting a proposal to be an alternative to the UN, because now the debate is not about development, it's about inequality.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leila. And actually, a perfect transition to the easiest question of today, to Ayman. What should change? And how should we change it?
Why would it be me to say what would change? I'll give you some perspectives, and maybe also some of the other panelists will have some perspective. Just one thing before we get off the climate part. So most of the climate in terms of emissions are coming from developed markets. Okay, so this is not a developing market problem. So in Egypt, we have a sustainability problem. We have a lot there, but our sustainability problem comes around waste management, comes around resource management, comes around the Nile, the Red Sea, and tourism, comes around water, comes around food. These are local things we do care about. When we talk to someone in the street who's even the most poor person, he understands water problems and Nile problems. When you talk to a worker in El Gharda'a, he understands the coast problem and the fish problem, because this is livelihood. And it's clear, and it's not an ideological high-level thing. It's very tangible for them. When these things happen, I lose my livelihood. Okay, the climate is a problem where it's not, the reason for it is not ours, and the solution is not in our domain. And those who are going to make the decisions are not sitting here, and we're going to be kind of get the overflow of that, whatever ends up being happening. So I'm actually less interested about climate. Okay, sorry for the title here. I'm very much interested about sustainability that affects our livelihood in our country with our resources, water, food, and so on. So this is one part. Now, second thing, and this is commenting on Noha's comment, the development culture has created a very interesting feeling of dependency and helplessness. For us to do any developmental project, there has to be some funding coming from somewhere. Okay. There are so many other things that are locally driven, locally funded that can happen. And people got so dependent on that flow of money that even the thought process became, okay, so you have a development project, where are you getting your funding from? Is it this agency or that agency? Okay, doing great work. Many of them are doing good work. But beyond that, there has to be something that's locally driven, locally motivated, locally funded, locally thought through. If the funding comes as a leverage, great. But you manage what you want to do. And this is, I think this is the thought process دايما في نهضة المحروسة is you can use the money as a leverage, but you decide what you want to do, how you want to do it, where you want to do it. And when the right money comes in, with minor adaptations, you accept it. But if it asks you to deviate from what you do, thank you so much. Okay, so this is a very important thing. Third thing, solutions come at different scales. So some of them are bottom-up solutions, looking at waste management, collections, and whatever. Some of them are top-down solution, looking at the energy mix, getting solar, infrastructure. This is government policy. Some of them are middle out, businesses, medium size, investments, looking at B2C energy, solar at the B2C distribution, which is different, industrial waste from masana and so on. So these are different levels, and you're not going to solve at one level. So everybody plays where they are, and they let the others play where they are. So there's a mindset of this is what works. This doesn't work. Well, let the others try and do whatever they want to do, and you focus on whatever your area is. خليك في حالك, خليك في حاجتك, and do your own solution and work on that. That's a very important part. And these things eventually connect when you have people in a place like this who are working at different levels with different, from the policy and the macro all the way to the grassroots, all the way to the middle part. Another point, and I agree with Jackie, not everybody is an entrepreneur. So there's a difference between micro entrepreneurs and between necessity entrepreneurs. Necessity entrepreneurs are people who, when there is, I've been measuring those numbers for a decade and a half, when the economy goes down, the numbers goes up. So one year we were doing the GEM report looking at those numbers, and the numbers went down. And we had a government partner. I said, why are the entrepreneurship numbers going down? I told them, this is great. I said, why? I said, because all of the necessity entrepreneurs found jobs, and now we're left with actual entrepreneurs. Those actual entrepreneurs could be at the micro level, that's different, could be at the middle level, could be at tech level, those are different types of entrepreneurs. But someone who's forced to go and start a business because they're not able to get a salary job and they don't have the skill or the interest, and once they get the salary job, they leave it, that's the definition of necessity entrepreneurs. And they're just people who are trying to survive an economic crisis. And we've seen the number. I've seen the numbers in 5 different things. Micro is different. This is someone who's interested, maybe really, really tiny, but they have the personal interest and a little bit of the motivational skills, the character of I want to try, take risk, and do all of these things. And those are the ones you might find starting from nothing, and then they become Ragul Osami or whatever, and they will come into other things. So these are things that I've seen from whatever. Last thing, there is a commercial interest within the central bank and the banks in actually green financing. And they're interested, genuinely interested, and they're trying to create, but they have to create a product, and that takes a year or something, and they're interested in that. And you can talk to some of them, and they're trying to develop products that can work. Green bonds in CIB was an example. Dr. Dalia Abdel was trying to push a product, and some of them, but they have to work within the process of the bank. Has to be a product, has to be compliance with the CBE regulation. There has to be, it's a different space, but there's some money that's coming out of it. At the end of the day, and I think the bottom line is we have to create locally driven solutions, solving our own problems, driven by our own motivation, using our own tools. And when someone is giving us a hand financially or technically, we know what to pick and what not. So at the end of the day, it's our local national sovereign decision. And we also are accountable because we pay the price of what ends up at the end of the day.
Thank you very much for giving us the framing we should leave with, which I think is filled with a lot of curiosity, where our curiosity needs to continue, if I can at least coin it that way. And I don't want to take a lot of time. I want to end here. And unfortunately, I think there were interest to have questions online. I don't think we'll have the time for, so I will conclude the session here. So thank you very much to our speakers for your time and for your thoughts, answers, and for all the contributions as well. I think it was a very healthy discussion. I think it makes us realize these discussions are needed. We need to have more of these discussions and get more actors involved, especially more government engagement as well. It's always good to hear from their end, regardless our disagreements. I think it will always be healthy. And I think just to conclude, I think still things are still fairly vague. I mean, even in all discussions we've just had, if we try to actually draw a map, one table would have a very different map to the private, let's say, finance and capital that should exist for climate finance in Egypt would be different, and one table to another table to another table, each with their own prioritization, each with their different understanding to who has the money, who gets the money, and what's in between. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for being with us during the session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kamel. We're going to take a 5-minute break, unfortunately, because we're running so late. So if go grab coffee, grab a sandwich, bring it back, and then we'll start at 3:15. So a 7-minute break.
Environmental finance is embedded in the financial mechanisms, the institutional systems that govern how resources are raised, managed, and delivered. These mechanisms sit within a broader financial architecture, which includes governing bodies, eligibility rules, decision-making processes, and accountability structures. A fund, such as a trust fund or facility, is one tool within that system, not the system itself.
Okay. To start with that, I think why this project, or it all started with the question of how can we deconstruct the narrative of us not understanding climate finance? Because we're usually perceived as we don't understand the narrative, that's why we can't engage with it. Not that it's a structure that is made difficult in that sense for us not to be able to engage with it. So to be able to start that, we were thinking how to engage the civil society on that. The people who are thrown, the like frontliner communities, everyone who's thrown under the bus if they do not know how to work with applying for a climate fund, not to mention that they're not even eligible to apply for that. It's more for the governments and then trailing that down to us. So it started as a question. If we want to ensure that finance reaches the people in need, then how is that finance structured? And what are the needs in relation to climate? So to be able to do that, we started another round of training. The training was related to climate finance. Under that climate finance, we had all the climate finance aspect of the UNFCCC, the biodiversity funding, the mitigation fund, the adaptation fund, the loss and damage fund, and whatever funding that is there to try to understand how they're structured. And when we say mechanisms at the beginning, we weren't able to identify what mechanisms are. And by the end of these 3-day training, all the people on the table were aligned on what do we mean by a mechanism? How can we write a mechanism? How can we intervene with a mechanism? And how can we pinpoint where we're falling short in this mechanism? And after that, we felt that this needs to go beyond the room that we were sitting in. We don't need this to be kept as a knowledge for the people who were lucky enough to attend this training. Accordingly, we thought of the video series as a small educative process. And this educative process isn't coming from a top-down approach of we know the knowledge, that's how it is. It's becoming of an engaging aspect to knowledge production and understanding. So we're keeping it online. We're trying to do it in Arabic later on. It started in English because most of the international spheres that we engage with are English speaking. So this is the first language that we produced it in. We're trying to have it in Arabic and then engage it with local contexts. And also to have it open for people to comment on that we need, that we don't need, is enabling us as like envisioning the further versions of that. So we would highly encourage everyone in the room to check on these videos. There are 5 short videos, they're not that much. But this is how we were able to curate an easy, digestible idea of climate finance for us at the end of the day to know if we, in our everyday life, are touched with these decisions, then why don't I understand it to just try to break a small piece in the structural injustices of accessing money. So you're highly encouraged to see them, comment and send us feedback for us to continue on this project. And I thank everyone on the team for making this happen, especially Nadine, Dr. Menza, and Dean Noha. Thank you.
Financial mechanisms versus funds.
Next one. This is it.
Almost every environmental treaty includes means of implementation. This refers to how countries are expected to carry out their commitments. Means of implementation usually includes finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. These are not technical add-ons.
They are the core political dividing line in many negotiations. For many countries, agreeing to ambitious obligations without credible means of implementation is not realistic. This is where equity and common but differentiated responsibilities enter the negotiation space, not as abstract principles, but as a material condition for action.
So first, thank you, everyone. I wanted to get this video not only for two reasons. First, I want to show that this video actually worked with individuals inside the movement. We have Hajar and Nada. There's another video for Mohamed Kamal. So not only did we capacity build, we actually use them to explain. This is a key component of this kind of work, is that we don't just teach them or empower them. We ask them to take the next step with us. And lastly, it is also very important for us to understand the means of implementation and moving on to the public finance, because that's the central crux of public finance. So I will ask the speakers if we can come back. And thank you so much. And I will hand it over to Dr. Noha for our, sorry. Here is everyone, please take a moment and look at the QR code. You'll find the videos online, and you will find them on the GAPP Executive Education's online YouTube. And now we're going to the state of public finance for climate action in Egypt. Dr. Noha? There's something wrong with the mics. Can we, before we start? No, it is working, but everyone's working. Everyone's working. Huh? I am. It's not working. Okay, I think we can start until they can start. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'll go back to the QR code.
Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time to look at videos and come back to us with, as already mentioned by Noran, come back to us with ideas as to how we can build upon those videos in order to increase awareness among your own networks working on sustainability. And for us, these are not promotional videos, these are educational videos. And they are actually hoping, we are hoping by that to not only contribute to capacity development of the large networks of not-for-profit actors working on sustainability, but also contribute to the asymmetry of information in the field. Some of us know a lot, very many of us do not know enough. And we are hoping that by vulgarizing technicality, we are actually contributing to that, to combating the asymmetry of knowledge and information. Now, if those of you who were with us in the last session hopefully enjoyed a very lively conversation that ended up with an activist position saying a lot of what's happening has an imperialistic aftertaste to it. And there is nothing more interesting than a provocative position to start a conversation. And here I am facilitating a conversation with key actors in public finance of sustainability and climate action. Some of them might be actually accused of being participants in an imperialistic or neo-imperialistic scheme. We have to exercise mercy and grace and allow people to express themselves from where they sit or stand. but also be rigorous and answer back and have input and be yourself. So let's just have an open conversation, but please with grace. The mics need fixing, so do we have to stop now to fix them?
Just a few seconds. You need a few seconds? Just so that it's doesn't become an issue. It's not working. I think we can just proceed and we'll ask people, please move the mic away from you're not speaking so that it doesn't get picked up. Thank you. No. There, and it's okay. Just move your mics up.
Ah, okay.
And then, unless we're.
Okay. Okay. Good. So I would like to frame our conversation with our panelists, but before I do so, let me introduce the distinguished panel I have. They're not going to give long lectures because they have a lot to say, and I would like you to engage with their wisdom and experience. So what I'm going to do is I'll do quick 3 rounds of inquiries to each one of our panelists. And once the rounds are over, we open it up for a conversation so that you engage with them on everything they said. The way it will work is my 3 rounds of quick conversations will take stock of where public finance is today. The second round will get our distinguished experts' opinion on how our institutions of public finance, at least the ones they represent, navigating the huge global complexity that we are living in right now, particularly with respect to the energy crisis in the world, kick-started by the Ukraine war, continuing all the way up to the Iran-America-Israel war. And then the third round of the conversation will be, what are the mechanisms of public finance? How are they governed? And where do we go from here? Again, from the perspective of the very important entities of public finance that they work in, and your perspectives thereafter will be very useful to engage in an honest, candid, and graceful conversation. The context in which we are is challenged by an energy crisis. Why is there an energy crisis? Because it's compounded by a security crisis. And the result thereof is a very, very mischievous trade-off between security and energy.
Many countries prioritize security over energy. If that is not enough of a strong and mischievous trade-off, think about this. All this is happening in a time of multilateral collapse. The meltdown of the UN system and all multilateral conventions that supported our rules-based order. And as a result of all of that, public financing is slow and very much troubled because of those trade-offs. Egypt in specific, of course, has its own complexities because the energy price hikes and the disruption in the global supply chains has its implications on development in this country, as well as its relationship to its immediate neighbors in Europe. And hence, the question is really pertinent. How do we understand public finance mechanisms and where do we go from here in a world troubled by so much, as I said? I have three incredibly distinguished people to help discuss this with us today. Titles aside, doctorate or not, I just go ahead and mention names. Mohamed Bayoumi, a great dear friend and colleague. Graduated as an engineer from Cairo University, went on to get master's and PhD from Southampton in the UK, with more than 25 years of experience working in the development and environment field, focusing on linkages between poverty elevation, natural resource management, and global environmental issues. Currently, assistant resident representative and environment team leader for UNDP, a very important actor in Egyptian development, and oversees a huge portfolio of diversified projects on sustainability of resource management, transport, energy efficiency, renewables, and the like. Very happy to have Mohamed with us. He comes with incredibly deep experience. My next guest, Ahmed El-Biltagi, again, all titles reserved, senior professional based in Egypt, working right now as the head of the climate, energy, and transport sector of the delegation of the European Union in Egypt. Have mercy on him. He manages portfolios related to sustainable development, green finance, and energy efficiency. Again, a great pleasure to have you with us. And last but by no means least, Rafiq Salim, Associate Director, Regional Policy and Strategy Team, Southern and Eastern Mediterranean region for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, with great experience also with other development banks, namely the World Bank Group, and I think the IMF as well, Rafiq? Correct. So you can see now these are leading entities in public finance. And my first round of questions will start us off with Mohamed Bayoumi. Mohamed, sitting where you sit in one of the leading entities helping Egypt navigate its sustainable development march, tell me, what is public finance look like right now from an Egyptian perspective? Have you seen over the years protracted gaps where public finance doesn't reach? And if so, why is that the case? The map of public finance of Egypt's projects of sustainability, and where are the blind spots or the gaps that you have seen to date, and why is that so?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Noha, for inviting me to be part of this distinguished panel and to attend this event. I really enjoy coming to the AUC with this intellectual meetings that you always organize. I assume your call about public finance is related to energy transition only or climate change at large, just to verify the direction of my discussion. It's only climate change mitigation, renewable energy and energy efficiency, or you're talking about adaptation as well?
What are you saying?
So yes, we're looking at green finance, which means climate, all climate, adaptation, loss and damage, and obviously loss and damage isn't there yet, but yes, mitigation.
I think in your answer about gaps, you will also be shedding light on the distinction between those two.
Yes, because this is very important. We have seen a lot of movement in Egypt in connection to climate change mitigation, renewable energy, and some energy efficiency activities at the national level. And this goes with the global trend we see right now within the energy transition, but we don't see the same movement and public finance on climate change adaptation, although there are some activities taking place as well at the adaptation side. And the distinction is very clear in this respect. There has been a lot of investment by the international community over the last 10, 15 years more on the development of the mitigation technologies, which have matured significantly. Some of the technologies we see, other technologies are in their way to mature, and the mature technology were the main driver for the so-called energy transition that we see right now. And obviously, if the feasibility, the financial and technical feasibility of the technologies is already there, there is an attraction to fund, public and international, and everybody want to invest in these projects. And this is what we can see now, the large flow towards renewable energy, in particular. Energy efficiency is quite tricky, although it is active and very influential as well, at least in Egypt. But renewable energy is a thing that we can see and visualize clearly. And we have seen over the last few years how Egypt is investing in large-scale solar energy parks and wind farms, and the story is going to continue over the coming years. Over the last few months only, we have heard about 3 projects, each project 1 gigawatt. EBRD and EU are involved in this project. They can speak more about it, and it's really proud to see these things happening in Egypt. But this is not the end of the story. This is just the beginning of the story. We see, as I mentioned, now investment in solar energy and in wind energy because these technologies have already evolved and matured. But we hope to see other technologies evolve and mature, as we have seen the case with the solar energy, in order to have the energy transition all complete. Because energy transition is not about one technology or one application. It's going to be a number of technologies working together. And for developing country like Egypt, the investments are going to be bounded by the financially and economically feasible. Let's be frank about that. Egypt is not going to do the energy transition for the sake of energy transition to please the international community. We at the UNDP, we are selling the products of what we see as action by the government of Egypt on the reflection on the greenhouse gas emissions, which is an important contribution for Egypt to the global issue. But at the end of the day, the investments are going to go where there is financially and economically feasible projects. This is on the mitigation side. And it's not only the large scale. The UNDP is working more on the small scale systems, which complements the big systems. And I mentioned that energy efficiency is one of the important activities in the energy transition. It's not only about renewable energy. And the figures that we see in the first biennial transparency report, reporting on the NDC report that Egypt has submitted end of 2025, have showed that the bulk of the savings over the last 10 years came actually from energy efficiency, not from renewable energy. And I mean by energy efficiency, it's demand side management. Demand side management, that's why it's extremely difficult to quantify because it is related to the actions of the citizens and the corporates and the companies and how they are reacting to this. And that's why it's difficult to count and see, but we see the impact because we have one project with the Ministry of Electricity for the transition of the lighting system in Egypt to energy efficient lighting systems. They're known as the LED technology. And we have seen massive transformation investments by the Egyptians, corporates and individuals and households, and the result was like more than 300 LED lamps penetrating the market in just few years, which has a great impact on the grid, reducing the annual increase in electricity demand from maybe 10% to 1 to 3% since 2015, 2016. And the story continues, but this is an energy efficiency measure that has to be followed again by other measures, as I mentioned, within the energy transition. Why this story did not attract the attention? Because, as I mentioned, it's the demand side management. Not everybody is able to quantify where is the solar park or where is the wind energy farm that I would like to see. Moving back to adaptation, technologies has not evolved like it happened with the mitigation side, and the fact that we have to live with is that adaptation technologies or techniques are not as attractive as mitigation, and they will continue to be like that until we are able to find a way to make it attractive for investment. And this is what we are doing right now for the UNDP, trying to work on technologies related to alternative water resources, sustainable agriculture systems, low-cost techniques for coastal adaptation to prevent from sea level rise impacts. And if we're able to reach this financial and economic feasibility, we should start to see investment in adaptation like it is happening right now with mitigation. Despite Bardo, these figures and despite these issues, we see today public expenditures, and the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation Shore Protection Authority has been engaged with the UNDP in a large project to protect 70 kilometers across the north coast of Egypt within the Nile Delta using nature-based solutions. And there was the bulk of the money, it's true, came from the Green Climate Fund, but like 25% of the cost of the construction was from the Ministry of Electricity. And it is very significant that the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, is very significant that the Ministry of Water is spending money in a coastal protection system that was not supposed to be done except because of climate change. So this is an additional burden I have to acknowledge on the national budgets to start to spend money in protecting your actual asset, your existing asset. You are not spending this money to generate income, but just for the sake of protecting the existing assets. And we are hoping that we can see from the international community more attention to this fact, because we see transformation in funding mechanisms like the GCF moving from grants towards loans, which might be acceptable for revenue generating techniques like renewable energy, but I don't think it is justifiable for non-revenue generating activities like it is the case with climate change adaptation at the moment. We're passing through a difficult time, as mentioned Dr. Noha. Energy transition is becoming a must, and the latest crisis have showed us, we have to speed up in that, but equally, we have to look into climate change adaptation techniques and technologies, hoping that it will pick up as it happened with the mitigation. We have seen over the last couple of weeks, the Prime Minister of France saying the energy crisis showed us all the importance of the energy transition that we have been trying to push throughout the last years. We have seen the Prime Minister of Germany, the Chancellor of Germany, speaking about the rushed decision by the German government to shut down the nuclear reactors for electricity generation, and maybe they will go back again in this direction. But ultimately, we would like to see less and less dependency on traditional fuel-based electricity generation, and moving more and more towards cleaner energy. I'm sorry for being long.
Thank you. And for a lay person like myself, the thing that you mentioned related to how Egypt is investing in protecting its current asset, namely the coastal line, is becoming an urgency because of climate change, where
most of the global south contributed less than the global north for that disaster to happen. And yet we carry a huge burden in order to protect an existing asset. So this is just one example of many, many, many that create that tension in the world right now between the original sinners and the current and the current people handling the sin. I'll move now very quickly to Mr. Ahmed El-Beltagi, also for his precise and concrete insights to this question. I'm one of those people who believe that the southern Mediterranean countries, including Egypt and Europe, are connected with an umbilical cord. We truly are, whether we like it or not, in a partnership not of our choice, but because of all sorts of geographic proximity and history as well. And hence my question to you, Mr. El-Beltagi, is the EU has significant investments in LNG infrastructure and fossil fuel supply diversification. The EU also supports renewable energy transitions. And most recently, decarbonization as well. How is this affecting EU's commitment to Egypt and other countries of the Mediterranean? And I'm not doubtful of EU commitment to stability and well-being of its southern neighbors, because they understand that they need those southern neighbors and the well-being thereof is important. So I'm not doubting the sincerity of that objective on the part of the EU, yet we see this tension between investing in fossil fuel, yet demanding a swift transition, energy transition and decarbonization. From where you sit, Mr. El-Beltagi, how is the EU walking that tightrope?
Thank you very much, Dr. Noha, for inviting us, for inviting me to this interesting session. And my reply would be to say that in 2022, as you all know, we had the Ukraine war. And since that time, it was a shock in Europe, and Europe had to act swiftly. So we saw a rush towards LNG, towards diversification, away from the Russian gas. Storage capacity had to be filled, and so on, in order to secure the situation in Europe and the stability also in Europe. It affected households, it affected in industries, it affected a lot of stakeholders in the society. And at the same time, this was the first element that I would like to bring to your attention, and you all know it. The second one is about competitiveness of the European industries. You know, not long ago, there was a report done by the Commission, the Draghi report, about the competitiveness of the European industries. And of course, there is a crisis in Europe, a crisis for their own competitiveness. We see that the US companies are generously receiving subsidies from the government, the Chinese as well, and so on and so forth. And Europe had also to act, to protect the stability, the internal stability, its own industries. And of course, the Commission tried all the time to convince everyone that green transition and I would say competitiveness are about the same project. And it's easy to convince in certain to plead this in certain sectors, but in some other sectors, like the hard to abate sectors, this comes with an additional cost for the Europeans as well. Like everywhere else in the world. And of course, you will find that a lot of lobbyists in Europe are trying to convince, they are trying only to convince the European Commission that things has to be delayed, and the deadlines that we have in the Green Deal and so on must be delayed. So some of them might actually succeed, but I would like to underline that all of this is like temporary measures. We all know that now, and it's very well understood in Europe and elsewhere, that whoever controls the tap of the fossil fuels currently controls your economy, controls your policies, controls, a lot of aspects in any country's life. So for this, I think that the green transition is not anymore only about climate. It's about security of supply. It's about independence. And this is something that everyone in Europe knows now. Everyone in Egypt knows. So it's not a matter of conflicting. It's not conflicting. We are going through difficult times, but the ultimate goal will remain unchanged. Maybe it will be delayed a little bit, taking into account the circumstances, but it will never change because of the security of supply, because of the independency of Europe, and for the sake of its economy.
This is a very interesting point that you ended up with. We will probably get back to that if time allows, because we always assume that a transition to renewables is about security, sovereignty, and independence, whereas transition to renewables comes also with a new dependency on new rare minerals and the rest of it. So the story might start to repeat itself in different shapes and forms, which takes us to global governance. And we will get back to this point. But thank you very much for this start for the conversation. Question to you, Mr. Salim. As a bank, a development bank, the minute you enter any room, people don't only see dollar signs in your eyes, but they probably also see the modality by which they'll get your money, and that's either a loan or a grant. So your experience, please, from an EBRD perspective, and your reflection on how are you balancing grants and loans in climate finance, especially for highly indebted countries like those of the Middle East and a country like Egypt? And your reflections on alternative modalities of moving finance to highly indebted countries where the debt is not likely to be solved as a problem in the near future.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invite, Dr. Noha, and great pleasure to be here and to be sitting next to Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Ahmed. So I believe the key point here is exactly what you said at the beginning, but also now about scarce concessional resources, diminishing grant money, ODA money in general going down and so on. But also about us being a bank, and not just us, but also other multilateral development banks, bilateral banks, and so on, which is the fact that we first, EBRD, we focus very much on the private sector. So we work on a commercially viable basis. We look for bankable projects and so on. But this is not always feasible, as you said, because sometimes we need grants, we need concessional financing, we need different tools, as you mentioned. So I think it's all about really what's the right source or right mode of financing for the right project. We see in many countries, not just Egypt, but in many countries, projects that should be financed on a bankable commercial basis that get benefit from concessional financing, which is a waste of concessional financing, and the opposite. We see projects that do not get off the starting point even because they are lacking the concessionality element and so on. And sometimes we as EBRD, but also with the support of, the EU, with the support of the bilaterals such as, GIZ, the KfW, IFD, and the others, we work together to make sure that we take on the risk early on. So we through something like the first loss coverage, for example, EFSD plus of the EU, through something like our own grant money as EBRD, which comes from the shareholders and so on, we're able to have, for example, a model, a pilot project, for example, in green hydrogen. That was an example. In renewables, in Ben that was an example. So we work a bit at the pre-stage to be able to get some of these projects onwards. I think also an important element here is the use of grants for non-revenue generating or not like streams, such as, for example, you probably know that EBRD is leading on the energy pillar of the NOAFI platform, and part of it is about a grant, $40 million grant from different countries for decommissioning some of the least efficient gas power plants. So there's no bankability, it's just about decommissioning. So it needs a grant. We're working now with the Climate Investment Fund's Industrial Decarbonization Program, which is about adapting, hard to abate sectors to decarbonize for CBAM and for other reasons, and their unique concessionality and so on. So what I'm trying to say is that for every purpose there's a need, but I also cover some of other countries in the Middle East, such as Morocco. Morocco now are at the stage where renewables do not need concessional financing. So they should be financed at a commercial rate by the private sector, by the financial sector, domestic and foreign, and they don't need anymore. Same for, I think here, we see here a situation where commercial banks maybe do not have yet the appetite enough to, finance long-term tenors, projects that require heavy investments in the first 2, 3, 4, 5 years before, such as green hydrogen, before being able to generate revenue. And for this, you need institutions like EBRD. And for this, you need grants. And for this, you need more favorable terms. So I think that will be my main point here. And just to conclude on one example, EBRD has a 5-year strategy for green economic transition, which was approved last year. Of course, the strategy does not tell everything, but one example is that on our own balance sheet, we do maybe 12 billion euros every year in all the countries where we operate, and 50% of this goes to the green transition. So that's around 6 billion a year in around 40 countries. So if you take, 5 years, it's around 30 billion in 5 years. Our commitment for the next 5 years is to do 150 billion. So that's 3 times what we did in the last 5 years. But of course, this will not come on the EBRD's own balance sheet only. It will also come from mobilization, from blending, from private sector capital mobilization, and so on. So I think our target as EBRD, and I'm sure other institutions have similar targets, is to improve the quantity and quality of green financing. So not just the quantity that is being disbursed, but also the quality. And to do that, we have targets, including on adaptation, which is very, very behind, I would say, in all the countries where EBRD operates, which is mostly developing countries. And for that, we are committing to, increase our own financing for adaptation by 50%. Of course, from a very low base, but still, it's a big improvement. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you, Mr. Rafiq Salim, to give us a quick round of explanation for something that I particularly found very interesting in what you said with respect to Morocco. You said Morocco has reached a point where it does not need concessional funding any longer because now it's at a point where commercial funding can kick in. And I want to understand in very few words, if you can, what did Morocco do in order to achieve that state?
I believe that the direction of travel of countries like Morocco and Egypt is the same. So there are targets. I think Egypt has a target of 42% installed consumption by 2035, which was brought forward to 2030 and might even be achieved before that. Morocco has something similar, which is 52% by 2030, but from installed capacity, which is not the same thing. However, what they did there is, I think, one, they have a more streamlined process to finance renewables. I believe in Egypt and some other countries, it's still a bit, cumbersome let's say, more cumbersome. That's one. The second thing is that they have also the interconnection with Europe, which in Egypt is still not there through different problems. But like last year when Spain had the small outage, Morocco was the country to basically save it to a large extent. And third, there is also Egypt has a specific issue, which is that the renewable energy is produced in a certain area and consumed very far from that area. So the potential for Egypt is usually, in the south, Aswan, this area, you have Naka Hammadi and so on, but you also have wind by the Red Sea. And then the consumption is, in Cairo and more north, which puts also the grid issue into question, because the grid has to be reinforced. And I think the current bottleneck for renewable energy development in Egypt is the grid. Yeah. Capacity, again, quantity and quality. So the quality of the grid, the intermittency, the efficiency, the quality and so on, but also the quantity. And by this, I mean being able to reach actually the areas where the solar plants or wind plants are. So I think the Morocco has a bit of an advantage there. And I believe Egypt has a much, let's say, higher potential, but it's held back by a few issues, I would say.
Thank you, Rafi. I think that we need to highlight only two other points. Maybe we're not going into details, but the subsidy issues in Egypt is definitely hampers a lot of I would say reaching a situation like the one that we see in Morocco, and not only the normal, but the usual subsidy, but the cross subsidy between the oil and gas and the petroleum and so on. I mean, now we are basing ourselves on the fossil fuels, and as long as we are calculating the subsidy on the fossil fuels, it will be very hard for Egypt to reach the breaking point. I mean, where you can say, I remove subsidy totally, because if you do this, there is a problem of affordability of the people. This will not be achieved. But of course, if you base your calculation on renewables, which will cost less, you can easily reach this point, much easier, I would say. So, I mean, this is also a problem in Egypt that needs, a lot of, I would say, dialogue and researches and so on in order to find the solution.
Thank you very much for that. This is very interesting. And in this, I will come back to Mohamed Bayoumi to ask him a question. And without putting Dr. Layla Iskander on the spot, if she has anything that she would like to add to this conversation on the tension between incentivizing the commercialization versus affordability for the poor, which has always been a key binding constraint in Egypt. And not only Egypt, now we have even the United States talks about affordability. So this is becoming a great wedge in political debates. So we shouldn't feel ashamed of it. But still, it is a binding constraint in the case of Egypt. So before I ask Dr. Layla to come in, maybe Mohamed, from your perspective, would you like to add to this conversation on the design of the modality and the governance of the finances, depending on the kind of experience that you had, loans, grants, and what Mr. Salim has said, that it depends on the context and what you're trying to finance for what purpose. From your perspective as UNDP, what is your reflection on the design of the financing mechanism?
I would like to answer the question on the incentives, the subsidies. There is a fact, Dr. Noha, that the cost of electricity globally is almost the same. The cost of electricity generation does not depend on the income of the country or the income of the citizens. It is related to a thermal power station, if it's traditional, that comes from GE or Siemens, has a fixed cost. It's operated by natural gas that has a wide, worldwide price. I mean, it's all priced. And the labor cost, I mean, yeah, it's not going to be the big deal because in Egypt, we have large number vis-a-vis a small number in other countries. So what I want to reach, I mean, from this argument that the electricity cost has nothing to do with the income of the population. In Africa, they don't have electricity because the economic activities that they are going to do, they cannot afford to get this electricity. And in Egypt, we were blessed by the natural gas and oil. And that's why, what my colleague Ahmed was saying, we were able to reach a formula with this cross subsidy and a price for electricity that had nothing to do with the global prices of electricity, that we were able to say that this is the price and accordingly you can do the cross subsidy, and Egyptians are getting electricity at a very cheap rate than anybody else in the world. This is the fact that we have over here. They have to be protected, and maybe Dr. Layla is going to highlight that. They have to be protected, I mean, and I fully support that. But we have to understand as an Egyptian the amount of subsidy that's put in this business, which the Egyptians doesn't see. The Egyptians doesn't see. They feel like this is, this has to be given for grant and at the cost that they can afford in connection to their income. And this doesn't go anywhere in the world. I'm sorry to say this, and the price that we have paid in Egypt for that we have overused our oil resources, and we are part of the shortage that we have right now because we use it in a way that we didn't feel the real value of and the real cost of this oil products. Anyway, to answer your question about loans and grants and financial mechanisms, I have to refer that the drop in the prices of the energy, solar energy that we have seen over the last 10 years, which was dramatic. We're talking about 90% of the cost of the panel has dropped in about 10 years, something, unprecedented to see a technology progressing in this way. This was as attributed to a financial mechanism that was developed by Europe, which is known as the feed-in tariff. This was a brilliant idea. And instead of investing in the research and the technology, they went saying that I'm going to buy this commodity by a price that's higher than the price I'm getting now from other alternatives. And this has led to the private sector companies to compete together on how to reduce the cost of this technology in order to increase their profit. And a brilliant idea that has led to the dramatic drop in the prices that make energy transition look like it can happen. 15 years ago, or 10 years ago, when the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015, I was very skeptical that energy transition is going to happen. Very skeptical, because the prices, extremely difficult, for a country, developing countries like Egypt and others, to invest in a very expensive technology. But what had happened, that this feed-in tariff program have led to shifting the PV technology or the solar panel technology from the technology of the rich countries to be the technology of the poor countries. Now Africa has hope to get electricity because of the advancement of this technology. It's not only about energy transition, it's also about energy access for those who didn't have it beforehand because of the advancement of these technologies. So this was one program that has a limitation, and I consider it was a subsidy to a renewable energy that has led to this change in the game of renewable energy globally, and we are expecting more and more of this to come. Grants versus loan, there is no energy transition that's going to happen with grants. The grants is an intermediate stage in order to give a push for the technologies to pick up. But energy transition in a country like Egypt, we should not expect that Egypt is going to get grants for the sake of the complete energy transition. This is my view. Maybe my colleagues and the panel will have a different view. What is going to make the energy transition happen in Egypt, when these technologies are going to be cost effective under the Egyptian conditions, with everything into it, including the electricity tariff and the energy cost that we see. And when it's going to be cost effective, the transition is going to happen. I can do one project here, I can do one project there, but this is not going to be, in my opinion, energy transition. There could be grants or soft loans or concessional loans or something to take place and advance the technique and the technology at the end in order to reach a critical mass where things are going to move by itself. And the example that I have given to you is the LED. We started a project that everybody, even with our counterparts in the Ministry of Electricity, They were questioning why an Egyptian is going to buy an LED lamp for 50 pounds while have the alternative for 5 pounds. And the alternative is operating already. I'm going to remove an operating light bulb to replace it with an LED bulb, and then I'm going to pay 10 times the price. But we were able to prove that there was technical and financial feasibility for this intervention. And this is how the Egyptians went. This what had happened in Egypt was a success story, huge success story. The time frame for the energy transition or the efficient lighting transition in Egypt to LED was shorter than what we have seen in Europe, and without a ban. The developed countries went to enforce LED. There was a ban of the use of the traditional light bulb. Didn't happen in Egypt. It happened voluntarily, and you can hardly find in the market now in Egypt a traditional light bulb without a ban. And it was bought by the Egyptians, and they have made this investment because they have seen the profit into it. This is the trick in the whole thing. It's not about loan or grant. Grants are transitional period. To reach our concessional loans are extremely important that we have from our colleagues like EBRD. Concession loans speed up process, and instead of doing the thing in 10 years, I'm going to do it in 5 years. So this is highly needed. But at the end, it has to be full investment from those who see a business opportunity. Otherwise, transition is not going to happen.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. I really would like to hear Dr. Iskandar's reflections on that, because we should never, ever, ever forget the impact on not only the poor. The middle class is becoming increasingly pressured right now. So from your experience, Dr. Layla Iskandar, tell us your reflections on this conversation.
Thank you. I won't speak long because our guests are more important to listen to. But let me just talk about subsidies. If you look at real numbers, and I don't know where they are available to all of us, I have seen them, the subsidies given to industry are many, many, many times more than the subsidies for consumers. So before we talk about lifting subsidies from people, let's talk about how much subsidy industry is getting right now in Egypt, like America and more, with all respect. If we remove the subsidy from two industries, steel and petrochemicals, we will have enough energy for everybody and no need to remove subsidies from consumers, poor or middle class. Not just that, but to encourage people, industry, steel industry, to use scrap, of which there is an abundance in Egypt, because we have a very effective recovery system of scrap metal, which consumes less energy than virgin. They won't do it because we give them subsidized energy. That's one. Another that's never talked about, and you're not going to see any report art, is our mismanagement of our newly discovered gas entities in Zuhr and other places off of the Mediterranean. That mismanagement of these resources has caused prices to be much higher than they would be, and the burden is not put on the people who drill or excavate. Just 2 points.
I love that. No, of course you're allowed. But before Mohamed comes into this, just a second, Mohamed. If you are trying very hard to come into this conversation, the time will come right after Mohamed makes his point. So please raise your cards. That will be your moment. Okay? Mohamed, over to you as quickly as you can.
Dr. Layla. The issue of subsidies in Egypt, and again, don't misunderstand me, electricity is a right for every Egyptian to have the electricity. And this is out of question. It is the way that we give this subsidy. But the excessive subsidies in Egypt have led to 2 points in Egypt. The first one, that the households are consuming about 46% of the total electricity consumption. And the second point, that the electricity peak consumption in Egypt is at the evening. These 2 points, I mean, show us that all the electricity that we are investing and putting all the effort into it and subsidizing the gas for it as well is leading at the end to consuming sectors rather than productive sectors. In the whole world, the peak of electricity consumption is in the middle of the day at 12 p.m. when all the factories and everybody's working. In Egypt, it's after sunset by 2 hours. Everybody's watching the TV and putting on the air conditioning.
From the Ministry of Environment.
لا بس I want to say بس يعني that there is a distorted consumption pattern in Egypt for electricity because of the energy subsidies. This is the point I want to say.
Okay, just a quick comment before I give the floor to all the cards that are up. You may wonder, why are we talking about this? Have we lost track of the title of the session? I don't think so, because as our distinguished guests have said, public finance of sustainability has a lot to do with this context. And as you can see, different countries with different contexts result in different success stories of public finance. So we are not derailing from the conversation. We are actually talking about the context-specific incentives and disincentives to public finance or to the modalities of public finance. I just wanted to make this point so that you don't worry about, am I in the right room? Okay. We'll see Osama, Jannah, and then Menza. Okay, go ahead, Osama.
Let me take it from Her Excellency Dr. Laila and say that we have, who wants to hear more red flags? Okay, let me begin with very crucial food, energy, water, technology, security. They are correlated. Food needs energy and water. Energy needs water and technology. Water needs energy. Technology needs energy and water. When I say energy, technology needs water, all the semiconductors are cooled by water. Okay, let me begin first with the subsidies that Her Excellency Dr. Laila have mentioned. I have been advocating for removing subsidies from all the heavy intensive energy industries first, and imposing carbon tax on those industries. We are now importing expensive natural LNG, liquefied natural gas. I'm not talking about the pipelines that are coming from the neighbor country. But let me highlight the red flags are coming, guys. Okay. Thank you so much. So, the red flag. Let me tell you a story. I will tell you 3 stories if time is of essence. Okay. 20 years ago, Toshka and Awaynat, the Gulf countries, were planting alfalfa and corn. And they were drying and compressing the corn and alfalfa, exporting it to feed their buffaloes and cows. So I raised the flag. People, government, please, we are exporting the River Nile water resources. This was one red flag that I have raised long time ago. They didn't realize that at that time. Now, we are talking about industries that are energy intensive of natural gas, and we are, red flag, we are exporting commodities that have embedded natural gas, which is subsidized by the government. So fertilizers, cement, aluminum, whatever, cement and what else? Yeah, no, I don't remember. So we are exporting a commodity that has embedded natural gas, which is subsidized by the government. So we should impose carbon tax on those industries, so they get the green hydrogen as a feedstock instead of natural gas. And second, overcome the CBAM. So if you are going to green your commodities, You don't need to have any CBAM obstacle. Okay. I talked about the red flag. Let me, the third red flag, if you like to hear about it, which is the curtailment. The government of Egypt, represented by the Ministry of Electricity, didn't have the courage to purchase extra electricity, extra green electricity from Benban. Curtailment was there. We were producing 1.7 giga, and the contracted PPA with the developers in Benban, they have been only contracting for 1.6 giga. So there was extra production free, and the government of Egypt didn't want to pay extra for this green electricity. So it was in vain. Thank you.
Are you taking notes of that, distinguished panelists? In case you want to respond, in case. Jannah.
Thank you. I first wanted to say a huge thank you to Mr. Osama. First of all, you are iconic. I will always remember you as the person who calls out red flags, and I will live up to that for my whole life. I wanted to share my experience, maybe zooming out a bit. I've had the opportunities to be in different multilateral negotiations related to the environment from the United Nations Environment Assembly. I'm part of the youth group under the United Nations Environment Program, so we represent young people all around the world. And I've been to many negotiations. And for some reason, as an environmental health researcher, I'm always in the finance room. I have no idea why. But I've come to learn more about multilateral financing, which a lot of it is public financing and some private, and there's blended approaches and whatnot. There's always a three-letter word in every room that I have come to learn more about, and that's the GEF, the Global Environment Facility, which is the largest multilateral environmental fund. And there's different donor countries. Masr is a donor country from what I know as well. And given that there is a upcoming meeting for the GEF, the 8th GEF meeting coming up in June, where there will be the 9th replenishment cycle of the GEF, I wanted to hear from your experiences being part of institutions that are implementation agencies and also banks and very important institutions way beyond me. I wanted to hear from your experience in this arena. What do you think, as Jeff kind of prepares for and countries go to this assembly in Uzbekistan or whatever it is, what should change in financing, in multilateral financing, in two things, in my opinion, even just linking the discussions from the previous panel with Ms. Jackie and also Ayman also brought up some great points about the different pools of funding and how they flow. Two things that come to mind that also come up in those negotiation rooms that also came up here. One being accessibility, not just for countries and member states, because there's also, and please fact check me on this, there's a co-financing that's a requirement for the GEF, where for every dollar the GEF puts in, the country also has to put in money, whether that's 1:7 ratio or whatever. We've heard the 1:7 ratio a lot, and it was actually one of the main reasons why the GEF keeps being resisted by countries as the main financial mechanism in environmental treaties, because it is inaccessible to many countries. So what is your take on that? Is that true? Can that change in the next cycle, in the next meetings? I'm not sure. And secondly, accessibility is not just for governments, but also SMEs, NGOs. I know there's the GEF, the small grants program. Is there anything that can change in that can be more accessible for SMEs? Maybe Jackie as well, I don't know. Has Nahdat al-Mahrousa ever received a small grants program fund from the GEF? Nope, she said no. So that's on one end, accessibility. On another end is the what, in terms of what is being funded. And here, maybe that goes back to the matching that you used as the buzzword, Jackie. I really liked it, of how can the GEF better set its priorities with countries to match where the money is coming from to what the country needs. Does that already happen? I'm unaware of those discussions. I would love insights, and how can that change to be improved upon better in the next replenishment cycle? I think the slogan for the next 4 years of the GEF and also the meeting is the last sprint to 2030 because there's 4 years left. So what can be improved upon, taken from all of the learning experiences of the GEF since 90 كم? So this is a question to maybe everyone on the panel or those who are most involved in the GEF. I would love to learn more from your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohamed.
Thanks, Dino, and thanks to the panelists, of course, for a very important discussion. I just believe that bringing up the issue of subsidies is a very interesting choice because it opens up a lot of platforms for possible debate and discussion. And one of the interesting also, I think, comparisons that were made was to compare Egypt and Morocco in the aspect of subsidy. And for this purpose, I did a very quick research here on the internet and to find out that actually Morocco's bill of subsidies this year, for this fiscal year, 26-27, only in the sector of butane gas, which is the one, of course, used for the cheaper alternatives for, in Egypt, it's Butagaz, for the cylinder of Butagaz, is equivalent to $2 billion. So in this sense, Morocco subsidizes the poor, the lesser classes, those that need these forms of energy for $2 billion, which is in fact equivalent to Egypt's total budget of energy subsidies for this very same fiscal year. So I don't think it's the question of subsidies per se. It's a question of how exactly do we tackle categorical subsidies? Who do these subsidies benefit the most and for what purpose? I think that's the question that should be asked. It's not only about a bill of budget, a budgetary bill for subsidies that need to be reformed. It's about how exactly we utilize these subsidies to benefit those that actually need them the most. That's the question that we need to put into context. Also, in terms of context, I mean, the concept of subsidies is not just to provide benefits for people per se. It's about protecting certain segments of the society against the ills and the challenges that they face as they go about their lives. So, if that's the purpose of subsidies now, contextually speaking, when you remove subsidies, the idea is that for this to be a transitional process or phase whereby those that are harmed or that don't have this protection anymore are able to somewhat meet these challenges by being empowered in other areas. For example, being more employable, being more able to save up, to have better social conditions, education, health, what have you, for them to be protected. It's not, again, a point or a case in point of removing subsidies. It's an overall process of developmental approach that is channeled and managed by the government. Is this happening? I'm not quite sure. Back to 2013, Egypt decides, because of the discoveries, because of the policy choice of the government, to focus its energy grid on natural gas. So we transform, we build our energy sector to be reliant on natural gas. Up to today, 75 to 80% of Egypt's needs in the energy are based on natural gas. Again, you compare with other countries, the story is much more contextual, much more diverse. And by the way, other countries also do protect their economic sectors. The US protects its own farmers. Europe protects its citizens by providing them with benefits in various educational and health areas. So it's not, again, the concept of subsidies is not only a fiscal or a financial term. It's an idea that's put in place by the government to protect its own citizens. How do we do this given Egypt's context? I think that's the question that we need to tackle here, not just the financial aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those three questions, from the flags raised to the very specific questions to Mohamed Menza's comment about the political economy package within which subsidies as a binding constraint for public finance happen, are questions that require your reflections. I'll go through the panel, pick and choose whatever you feel comfortable interacting with, and I'll start with Mr. Ahmed El-Biltagi.
I agree with Mr. Mohammed totally. I mean, when I first mentioned the question of affordability and subsidy, I meant also a way to protect the poor. I mean, when you talk about affordability, you mean that you need to protect some segment of the society. So I am not for, a complete, I would say, removal of the subsidy system, but we need to know who are we subsidizing. Definitely. And as you mentioned, this has happened in Europe. It happened everywhere else. But what I would like just to confirm is that, in my view, in my opinion, is that if we advance more with the green transition, this will allow us, Egypt at least, to be able to solve this dilemma in a better way, in an easier way. So I mean, for the GEF, I'm not part of it, but I can reply based on what we are doing in the EU, if this can help. But for instance, you mentioned that for every dollar that is spent, the similar amount should be spent also by the government of this country, of a certain country. I mean, in the EU, we do not have such obligation, not at all. We have several types of financing. We have the guarantee mechanism because we believe that we will never have enough grants to cover all the needs. And with grants, when we have a grant, we blend it with loans from the financial institutions, not only the European financial institution, but also we are working with IFC, with the African Development Bank, the same way. So, but have in mind that also when you give a grant, and you blend it with loans, the grant, of course, I mean, reduce the burden on the government, the recipient government, but it leveraged something very important. It leveraged indebtedness. We have to admit it. I mean, you are giving a grant, but at the end of the day, you are increasing the level of debts in the country. So this is why, I mean, in the EU, we thought that it's better to, not better, or it's of equal importance to work with guarantees. So with the guarantee, you cover the risk on behalf of the recipient country. And we are doing it in several ways. We are working with European Investment Bank. We are guaranteeing actually all the loans of the European Investment Bank, so that they do not need, the EIB does not need the sovereign guarantee of Egypt. So because the EU guarantees a AAA one, so they do not need anymore the sovereign guarantee of and we are working also window 1, window 2. We are working in an open architecture with European financial institutions, with grants. And the aim of the guarantees actually is to cover the risk and allow the private sector to come and to invest. Because wherever there are high risks, they will not come. And the idea at the beginning was to channel the investments in countries where the risk is too high and no one would normally go without this kind of coverage from the EU side. And we believe that this is a good way to go forward because, as I mentioned, the grants alone will not cover everything. We are working with grants in several governmental entities in the southern neighborhood countries, but also in Egypt. I can give you examples of what we did, but this is not the core. What is actually is more important to maybe to mention is that we have started also to provide grants to the private sector, because some of the innovative projects of the private sector, like in green hydrogen, where you don't have a mature market that can help them in going forward and complete the projects, green fuel and so on, they needed some support, at least at the beginning. So the idea was to provide them on equal basis at the government with a small grant that can help them bridge this gap. And for this, we have the Global Gateway platform. All the private sector companies can apply, and based on certain criteria, they can get or not the grant they are requesting. So we are not only working with guarantees, but we are also availing part of the grants, which is very scarce actually, to allow the private sector to go ahead with the green transition. At least at the beginning, this will not last forever. What I wanted also to to say that for the grant as well, sometimes we use it with the government in order to pave the way for the private sector. And here I am thinking of the Jabal al-Zayt wind farm project that we finished in 2015 together with KfW, with European Investment Bank, where we had a very interesting shutdown on demand radar for the bird migration. And this was the first one at the time. And we opened the way and showed the way how things should be done on the paper. And then it was up. I mean, we stopped financing wind farms because it does not mean anything now. It does not, it does not have any added value because the private sector is here. They can do it rightly and correctly. But we started and then paved the way for others to continue. So this is how we are doing it.
I will just comment on 2 points. One is about the GAF and one is about gas in general, not subsidies, but gas. So on the GAF, I totally agree. And I think also I can speak about it maybe slightly wider also with the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, and the CIF, which is the Climate Investment Fund. So I think all these three, and maybe there's one more that I'm forgetting, climate funds, they are different, but I think they operate more or less in the same way. So you're asking maybe what should change and so on. So I think from what I've seen, and this is EBRD experience, but also my own experience. So one is that some countries do not really, recipient countries such as Egypt, Morocco as well, they don't like regional programs. There is a program called HICS, High Impact Program for the Corporate Sector, which has 3 countries together, same amount, like one amount for the 3 countries. So countries are a bit confused about how much exactly they have access to. And we hear this comment from different countries that they're about to even oppose basically the program. They don't want to be part of the program if it's going to be confusing for them, because it's counted as if they have access to something, but they don't really know how to use it because of the design of the program. So that's one. Second is about the time it takes. So I mean, we're currently as EBRD, we're working now on this Climate Investment Fund's Industrial Decarbonization Program. It's the first time it's done. It's done in 7 countries. Turkey is one of them. Uzbekistan, Rwanda, maybe or one more, not Rwanda. Anyways, Mexico, Brazil. It's very confusing, the program. We are channeling the money, and it's very confusing to us exactly how it will eventually happen. We need to identify now projects that are going to finance next year, but the private sector. So now we're April, and we need to identify a project that is going to finance in 2027 by the private sector. So if the project is identified now, we might as well finance it now. If it's not ready now, then we cannot really share it with anyone because it's not ready. So the design of the program sometimes I think needs more, I would say, feedback from the countries and from us. But I think one of the good things is that now the climate funds are channeling some of their money through IFI. So, for example, the CIF program, we're partners with African Development Bank, IFC, and World Bank, and then others we're also doing with the Asian Bank and so on. My last point is about what already Dr. Ahmed covered, which is the ratios. I believe it's in 1 to 7. I don't know. I cannot really judge, but I believe that some level of blending and mobilization is needed because, as I said in my previous intervention, that even we as EBRD, we would like to mobilize, 150 billion of climate financing, but we're not going to do it on our own account because we don't have this amount of money, but we can use our 30 billion to mobilize 150. So it's a 1 to 5 ratio, let's say. The CIF program has a 1 to 3 ratio. 1 to 3 not from the country, but rather from us. So CIF puts 1, EBRD puts 2 or 3, commercial banks put 1, so it's a 1 to 3 ratio. That's on the climate funds. But the GAP, for instance, the GAF has a very nice program in Egypt, which is this ICOST program. We discussed it before, that protects the costs and so on. And I think one thing, sorry to add, that maybe needs to change is the mitigation versus adaptation financing, because it's disproportionately, tilted towards mitigation. On the gas, not the subsidies, but the gas itself, I think, and also Her Excellency mentioned this about misusing the Egypt's resources in gas. With or without the subsidies, of course, subsidies play a role, but with or without subsidies, Egypt would much rather export the gas that it has, than use it for, commercial. Any product probably is better exported than used domestically, price-wise and everything, especially if the price is 3 or 4 times what is being sold domestically. 1, 2, this is if Egypt has a surplus in gas. If Egypt does not have a surplus in gas, they will much rather not import gas because of limited FX reserves and so on. So I think that the argument for moving to renewables from a very economic point of view is the use of gas as a resource. What's the best use of the gas? Is it to export or to use it domestically to produce energy? Let me stop here.
Yeah, can I just come? Of course. Yeah. I mean, and just to complete what you've mentioned, this is not something that we are proposing for Egypt. I mean, this is something that is done by other countries. We have the Norwegian model. They are doing exactly the same. They have a lot of gas. They are exporting it, and with the resources, they are, greening their own country. They are not using it internally at all. But with all the resource that comes, they are doing the green transition. So, and it's called the green. And I think this what should be done in Egypt.
Maybe I can answer the question on the GEF, given the fact that UNDP may be the largest GEF implementing agency operating in Egypt. I would like to highlight that the GEF is a technical assistance fund. It's not supposed to be used for hardware or procurement of renewable energy or whatever. So the 1-to-7 ratio comes from the fact that the GEF is expecting that the 1 is going to be used to mobilize resources for the 7. It's not the idea that as a GEF, I'm adding 1 and I'm requesting my counterpart to add a 7. And definitely this adds lots of burden for us in the designing of the GF project with the government and like a country like Egypt. And we have to be looking for, as I mentioned at the beginning, financial and technically feasible technologies. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get the 7. But I can tell you that the transformation of the market systems to lighting systems to LED in Egypt, it was a project for $4 or $5 million. And we were able to mobilize more than $1 billion of investments in LED in Egypt with this $4 million. So the intention of the GEF is not to buy. No way that the GEF is going to be able to cover energy transition in a country like Egypt. The GEF funds are to be used to move the market, to open the market and utilize. And obviously, this is a good source of financing because it de-risk interventions at the beginning and open the way for the investment only if this technology or this technique is technically and financially viable at the end. If not, the money is going to be wasted and you're not going to achieve anything. SGP, Small Grants Program, this is a global program. It's not only in Egypt, and the criteria for the selection of the targeting civil society and NGOs or CBOs, this is meant to be a global program. So it's not going to go to businesses at a certain stage, in my opinion. And the whole of the SGP is kind of the reclam of the GF. The GF is originally working with the governments. And the SGP is the kind of promotion of the idea of the global environmental issues within the civil society and NGOs. In Egypt, we tried to get them to work together, the NGOs with the full-size GEF projects with the government in supporting some of the for the efficient lighting system, for instance. The NGOs received grants to start to use their outreach in rural Egypt for selling the LED lamps in rural Egypt. And this was very successful. With the small grant that they started to open the market in rural Egypt, which the full-size GEF project, the large project, wouldn't have been able to reach out. Last, on the GEF priorities, the GEF, in order to fund any project, they need to receive a government letter confirming that this project falls within the national priorities. Otherwise, it's not going to be funded. But again, the GEF is not like the GCF. The GCF is funding infrastructure, and the GCF is moving from grants to loans. And the GEF, apparently, within the fashion, they want to start to move the grants into loans, and there are discussions about that, which is, in my opinion, is going to be very unfair to developing countries who need to de-risk the new technologies and new techniques. Yeah.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Let me move us now towards the last round, where I will ask our guests to reflect on a couple of questions I'm going to ask, and then if you have burning comment, observation, or question on the reflections, you can go ahead and interject into the conversation. We have practically 15 minutes to close down this session. So my last round of questions asking for observations from their side has to do with the moving forward from here. And in moving forward, I want to ask all of you 2 quick questions. If you are to start from a clean slate, taking European own domestic tensions and competing priorities in mind, as well as the political economy and very context-specific nature of the binding constraints to energy management in a place like Egypt, how would you redesign the public finance modalities, if at all? You may say, no, there is no redesign needed. It just needs to be tweaked, but no redesign. Or you may want to redesign. Not in a la-la land, as I said, but in a land where you are taking the domestic European binding, competing priorities into account, as well as the political economy binding constraints of Egypt. How would you redesign or tweak public finance modalities? And number 2, my last question. We are an educational institution that wants to build a database of cases and examples that can be used to teach others how to manage better in public policy and in implementation of development. What cases would you point us to that will need more studying, cases that you consider better cases of energy transition management? Be that the case of Morocco, be that the case of Spain, a country where I think we can learn a lot, as a matter of fact, in the interface and connectivity between public policies for energy transition with all of the incentives needed and enhancing the competitiveness of the industrial base in Spain. So if you can try to redesign the public finance modalities for us, but stay practical to the binding constraints and the competing priorities. And 2, any case studies you would like to point our attention to that did a better management of the energy transition that maybe Egypt can learn from. And in this, I'm trying to take into the conversation the red flags raised by Osama, particularly on the polluters, and a question that came to the floor from those online saying under-taxed, over-subsidized industries, can we somehow tax them? Take that into account when you answer the question on the good examples that we should look at. Sorry for the very condensed set of questions I have, but you're all capable of handling them in the best possible way. Shall I start again with Dr. Ahmed Al-Taghi?
So I agree with you. I mean, to reply to the question, I would first of all see what Europe has done in terms of the ETS, the European trading system. And I would try to, I would recommend to implement a similar system in Egypt to make the carbon tax compulsory. And this should never be a kind of revenue for the government. I mean, the carbon tax is not a revenue for the government. It should help advancing with the green transition, meaning that all the revenue should be put into the green transitions again in order to advance with it. So, for instance, the polluters you mentioned and so on, if they pay the tax, this should not be a fungible tax with other sort of taxes by the Ministry of Finance. It should go to certain target and to further green the economy. And Actually, here I just would like to make a bracket on the CBAM. Frankly speaking, I don't think that the CBAM had any bad intentions toward anyone, any other countries. It was a way to be more fair towards the European industries, because I mean, if you impose an ETS in Europe, then your partners do not impose the same. So, simply speaking, these industries in Europe will go to the other countries. This is what we call the carbon leakage, and you're all aware of it. So, everything that is imposed on the European companies are imposed also and are mirrored in the CBAM system and are imposed in the companies working in third countries with Europe. And it's not at all, compulsory. If you don't want to export to Europe, you are free not to apply the CBAM or whatever. So it's not really a compulsory. But I would say that this is the first thing that I would do. The second thing for Egypt, I would say that we need a kind of prioritization of our needs. Now you know that we have the debt committee. When we go to the debt committee with the EBRD, with EIB or the financial institutions, the debt committee does not look in the grant provided by the EU. Of course not. It's a grant, but they look to the loan part that is blended with the grant of the EU. And we find it very difficult now, of course, to advance with projects and so on, except for some sectors. And for instance, the transport sector, the green transport is basically on hold. But we can advance a little bit with all the transmission systems in order to evacuate all the renewables that are in the system. And this is what we are doing with European Investment Bank. For instance, we are providing them, Egypt, with 600 million euro in loans, adding to 90 million euro in grants to improve the transmission system to evacuate the renewable energy. But this, I mean, this has its limits as well. This has its limits and should be used cautiously. And we should prioritize what are the needs. In these difficult times, we need to prioritize. We cannot do everything at the same time. All kinds of projects, we have been doing it for 5 or 6 years now. Things can take longer time. Things can be more urgent depending on real studies and real strategic studies about the needs of the country in general, not about certain sector. And this is, I think, what we are lacking in Egypt. For instance, if you address some colleagues working in the Ministry of Electricity, you would not, for instance, find that they have this overall overarching view about what we mentioned about the gas, exporting the gas and so on, and putting more renewables. They care more about the stability of the grid, and they are correct. But, we have to think strategically as well in Egypt. What is better for the country? To continue my reply, I would also like to add how I see also the functioning of the European financial institutions and the European Union in this respect to complement what Egypt is requested to do. I think that we need also not to stop financing project by project. We have to finance an overall support an overall system, and within the system we finance the needed projects, but not to go to the first project that is submitted to us, even if it's good. We have to make sure that the whole system will function together, because otherwise we are not advancing. We'll be advancing much faster if we have this global approach. And for the blended, and sorry for this, Rafiq, but I have to. Well, this is a provocative. We have also to look until now, the EU was always approached by the European financial institutions for them to get a grant to blend it with their loans. I think that in the future we'll have to, even if you tell us that it's confidential, I think that this should be done by the EU. We have to scrutinize your terms, your loan terms, and we have to get for our grants the best loan terms for the country. You see, they should not be taken for granted. So, this is, I think, how I think that we should go in the future. And of course, we use more our guarantee, because this is how we can leverage more private sector participation. and whenever possible, the grants as well. But the guarantee is really the key element, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rafi. And don't kill your neighbor.
No, I'm not going to comment on this one. I think Dr. Ahmed is the expert here, so I don't have anything to say. I mean, it's a very difficult question that I'm not sure I can answer, but I will try. I'll just give a few thoughts that I have. So I think that I'll wear my economist hat a little bit, not my climate finance hat. I think there are three things in Egypt that are affecting the country which cannot be changed, but let's think of, if we're going back and starting from a clean slate. I don't know how back we should go, but back first, I think the geography. Egypt is disadvantaged by its location next to our neighbors. And here, I mean, I would put Egypt above the Mediterranean. That's the first change. It will make a big difference. Second, I would give Egypt 3 years of stability, which is rarely the case. So if you put at any 3 years of stability, we're always here facing a crisis of some sort. A war, COVID, Ukraine, global crisis of some sort, financial crisis of some sort. There's always, things would have been better if it weren't for this very last shock which happened. It's always the case. And for that, I think it's a very exogenous factor to Egypt. First, it's geography. Second, it's the time. And third, the North African region, I think you probably know this already, is one of the probably the least integrated region in the world. Trade amongst, Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, Morocco is maybe at 5%, which is really, really low. So I think it's a disadvantage. So I would go back and have better relationship with the North African countries. This is from a not very realistic point of view. Let's maybe from a more closer to reality point of view. I think one, again, as an economist, FX management in Egypt, I think has set the country back many, many times. The way FX was managed at some point affects also the contracts that Egypt has with many countries, affects the competitiveness of the country, affects the ability to pay international oil companies, and therefore their willingness to invest in our gas fields. So FX has for a very long time been mismanaged, and therefore it affects everything else. It distorts everything else. Second, the role of the private sector. I think Egypt's private sector has a huge potential to play a much bigger role. I used to be based in Turkey up until a few months ago, and there the private sector is maybe 80% of the economy. Here, I don't know, it's maybe 30%. The role of the private sector, and again, I'm speaking as EBRD, is great, and it should be maximized more than that. I think the way the private sector operates here is, needs to rethinking. I would go back and redo the subsidy system that we mentioned. I think Egypt is sometimes unable to reform subsidies because of this direct versus indirect issue. So I think if there is some sort of mechanism to guarantee that subsidies are going to reach those who really deserve it, I think that will solve our problems. The point before my last point is long-term vision. I think Dr. Ahmed already mentioned this. There is no clear long-term vision of where exactly the country should be going, which sectors to prioritize, which regions to prioritize, what Egypt would like to be, an industrial hub, an energy hub, energy trading hub, a manufacturing hub, transit hub. It's not really clear which one it is. And finally, I think regional development, I would say, as I mentioned, Christie is, produced somewhere and consumed somewhere else, but also, the country has a large potential in many areas other than where the economic activity is based right now. So I think the green transition would have looked very different if we were, the economic activity in Egypt was geographically more regionally, let's say, distributed.
Mohamed.
Yes, I would second what my colleague Ahmed has mentioned about the carbon tax. This is extremely important to be applied in Egypt for the inefficient energy consumption. and there has to be a penalty for inefficient energy consumption for the whatever it's household or a sector, industrial sector or whatever facility. The second point that was raised several times actually about the management of oil and gas and export, to generate revenue. My take on that Egypt, with the size of the population that we have, will never be an exporting country for oil and gas. And any opportunity for exporting oil and gas should be within the framework of energy security. That means if I export oil and gas, it's for the sake of buying renewable energy, not for the sake of selling, the gas and to do anything. Because the result of what we have seen over the last 2 decades, that whenever Egypt is exporting gas to any country, it is buying the same gas with double the price afterwards. So we're making short-term gains, but at the longer term, there is a deficit. There is no clear figures about it, but the cases are clear without getting into details. The third point is about the energy transition in the mind of the government of Egypt is all about large-scale megawatt generation of solar parks and wind energy. And we forget completely about small-scale systems and energy efficiency, which needs to take part of the attention. And unfortunately, in Egypt, we have an institutional gap in this respect. It is not the work of the Ministry of Electricity, by the way.
No, of course not.
Ministry of Electricity is a service provider, and there has to be another entity that take care of the small-scale systems and energy efficiency rather than the Ministry of Electricity or the Ministry of Oil and Petroleum.
There is one now. There is one at the cabinet.
It's a newly born baby, and
but it should be supported. It should.
Yes, and I hope with your support that this will flourish soon in order to be able to take care of this. But it has been an institutional gap for the last 20, 30 years.
He was with me in the Sebam touring.
No? The last point I would like to respect is that I hope one day that I'm going to see R&D in Egypt for the technologies that support us. We are a recipient of a technology. We are waiting for the countries that doesn't have sun to develop the technology related to solar panels and desalination systems using solar energy. And they don't have these technologies. They are not important for them. So I hope that one day we'll see Egypt investing in R&D to be a lead for 1 or 2 technologies. I'm not saying open the door for all the technologies, just 1 or 2 technologies that are promising, and we need to improve ourselves in acquiring this technology. My last point about cases that needs more study is really that I don't understand why the Egyptian households are abusing the use of energy, and individuals and as household. There is great abuse of the energy in our homes, including my home. Even in my home, I'm not able to practice this quite well. You see, in Europe, when an air conditioning system is being used, how it's being treated and the measures that are taken in the household to open an air conditioning system. In Egypt, they don't care. We don't care. And this is something that a cultural issue that probably needs more attention by academic institutions and bringing up the kids to be more cautious and aware about the value of these natural resources that they are abusing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very rich session, very complicated set of topics. I know we scratched the surface. I know you are frustrated with how we left things open, did not solve any problems of the world or of Egypt or of Egyptian-European relations. But our distinguished set of experts did their best to be candid, to be honest, and to give us some leading ideas that is up to us now to deepen or flatten and prioritize. I thank them very much for taking their valuable time and spending it here with us, including Dr. Layla, who came to listen, so we abused her and made her part of the conversation. But if we had not done that, we would have been wasting a resource. Thank you all for your very candid engagement, and back to you, Nadine.
So I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I want to send a special thank you first to Dr. Leila for joining us today. As always, we're very excited to have any kind of engagement. Thank you so much. A particular thank you to Dr. Noha, who has not only been a personal support for me, amazing support for this project. Actually, today was just an idea she had, and we tried our best to meet up to her expectations, but supporting us and supporting civil society in beginning to understand complex things as climate finance. And lastly, Dr. Menza and the entire team from AUC GAPP EE, Executive Education Program, Afif, Ahmed, there's another Ahmed who's handling Zoom. Thank you so much. And then wonderful catering outside. Nuran, who is a bit of my partner in crime on this project. Thank you so much for all your support, for bringing this to life. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to do this. And for my team, Amal Ibrahim, for providing us trainings that actually have activations, our social media person, Amina, our coordinator, Nada, speaker support, Nuran, another Nuran, and to everyone in the network, including Mohamed, Kamal, Jana, and all the people who supported us bringing this together. Thank you so, so, so much. And I know AFF is not here, but thank you, AFF, for the opportunity to do the philanthropy mapping, the research, and for providing us such a beautiful report. You guys will find the report online, and thank you everyone who joined online. There is snacks and some drinks outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine.